So, hello and welcome to the first of the Lounge Bar Learning Hub days. Um, Today I'm going to be talking about predominantly digital marketing for your band. I'm assuming you've probably played the Lounge Bar, but if you haven't, it's a cool little venue. And some of the things that I'll go through today will go over how you can improve your presence online, get bigger shows, what industry people are after, and best practice on social media in regards to times and spends and things like that. So firstly, I guess a little context behind myself. I've worked for a couple of national concert promoters where some have also owned venues as well, and they've booked arena tours across Europe and Australia and New Zealand, and then also gigs in 40, 50, 60 cap pubs where someone has seen something and they truly believe that there is potential in this artist to go much further or to appeal to a wider audience. So obviously there are two opposite ends of the spectrum, the arena being 20,000 cap and the old Blue Last in London being less than 100. Complete opposite ends of the spectrum, but they share a lot of similarities in how shows are pushed, and obviously it's not impossible for the artist at that end of the spectrum to get to the arena level over a period of time. Obviously it's more difficult now with more competition and more things online, but ultimately promoters, venue owners, people who will be looking for support bands or even looking to take on headliner acts for their own roster, if they're a booking agent or management agency, first thing they're going to do is go to your social media pages and then probably your Spotify or YouTube accounts. So I guess it's important to establish what is happening in regards to the message behind your music. Is the band, how serious is the band? What kind of content are you putting out in regards to lyrical content? If you're a band that's, I guess, writing lyrics protesting the government, protesting society and things like that, then it's important that that message carries throughout your social media presence. Otherwise, the music kind of loses ingenuity. Loses kind of, I can't think of the word. But the music loses meaning, and obviously any messages you put out on your social media pages also, you've got your foot half in the water. Obviously, there are bands that have every now and then throw out songs that are, forms of protest, but on the whole, they have a pretty unified social media presence. And I see lots of different bands, rock bands who will be really cheeky and tongue, like Steel Panther, and there's a lot of bands who try to emulate that, but then live they don't pull it off, and that can be disappointing. And then the other way around, where I've followed a band on social media, and I've been like, oh, they're 4 or 5 fairly normal people in the band, and you go to see the show and it's a hell of a party, and you're thinking like, wow, I would have been way more excited to come to the show if this presence was communicated well online. Obviously it really varies for genre, it really varies for a lot of different It really varies for what the message is behind the music. There's many prog bands that will, say for example, wear masks, and there's a whole theme around their music and their image. And there are bands that are progressive and have insane musicianship that also like to play on that technicality aspect, or play off as though it's nothing. Each band has its own voice, and it's important that you find yours. before you start investing more time and money into your social media presence. So, I mean, from a promoter perspective, if we're looking for a local band to open a gig, you know, we want to make sure that their last few posts have got lots of engagement. You know, they're not posting anything potentially too divisive. Obviously, it depends on the genre of the band, the genre of the music, sorry. But, you know, you're looking for consistency. You know, you don't want to see last post a month ago, the post before that 2 months before. You know, you want to see regular content going out on your social media pages. You know, asking questions, providing updates, engaging with fans. And obviously, when you start out, you know, your fans are few and far between. It's probably more a network of friends and family. That's fine. You know, they supported you by clicking that like button, but it's important that you provide them with content that enables them to share and promote you. You know, there'll be people who will always back you, who will always share your posts, and make sure you're giving out good content to you know, to encourage those people, like new people, to discover you or to take a chance on you. Because you'd be surprised how many social posts appear in people's feeds when they scroll, and how little people interact and engage. And it could be for a number of reasons. It could be it's just not relevant. You know, someone might see an ad for a folk band, and they could be a punk rock fan. You know, that's down to the targeting of the ad. But at the same time, you know, if I've gone through and I've seen something that doesn't really excite me, or, you know, just kind of like, oh, it's these guys again, you know, posting the same thing again, I'm not going to engage with that. Other people aren't going to engage with that. And if you're a promoter or a venue owner looking for a local band, you know, you're considering a band with a lot of engagement usually leads to a band selling tickets. Ultimately, that's what promoters and venue owners are after. They're after a band that, you know, sometimes they do want to give local or smaller bands, or bands on the way up, however you want to, whatever stage you're at, sometimes they want to give those bands, you know, a leg up and just give them an opening slot with no pressure. And other times the show might not be doing so well. The promoter or the venue owner has exhausted all marketing efforts to increase ticket sales. So now they're after a local band to step in and help out and bring friends, family, and fans out. So it's important that, you know, your social media presence kind of reflects that people should turn up. Yeah, you know, there's obviously many other aspects that promoters and venue owners will go and take a look at. You know, your YouTube channel, things like view count versus like ratio. You know, it's all well and good having 10,000 views on a video, but if only 20 people have clicked like, you know, it looks a bit suspect. Obviously, there are agencies, there are bots and scamming types that will threaten to promote your music, and, you know, ultimately it's just being seen by bots, it's being seen by no one. You know, the figures look good for you for a week, but, you know, I wouldn't take the risk, because most promoters and venue owners and booking agents know, you know, it's really easy to spot where the fake views and the fake streams come in. And ultimately, you're forever playing catch up with this high bar that's been set externally. And then the same goes with Spotify as well. It's getting easier and easier to fake numbers, which is really strange, because obviously if you get real numbers in, you can get paid, but spending money on fake numbers, and then when Spotify realizes and removes them, yeah, I've seen a lot of bands suffer with that, and it's really not good luck. And, you know, obviously, as a fan, it displays your top 5 cities, things like that, and there are other tools that a lot of industry people will use, which can actually delve further into the stats This is across most social media platforms as well, actually. So yeah, definitely consider, getting real sources of engagement and likes and streams, because it's quite easy for someone with the right tools to go and see what's fake, and ultimately, you suffer. You won't get the shows, or your counts will go up and then go back down. And it's much easier to reach real people. And yeah, just to round off the industry workers' point, they're looking for engagement and regular content. The theme, the message between, behind your music or from the page is entirely up to you. Don't let anyone tell you you can't have a progressive, folk, punk, avant-garde, classical hip hop thing going on. There's no limit to your creativity, but there's a difference between, marketing, or there's a difference between putting a product out for yourself, creating something for yourself. Ultimately, that's what you do as an artist anyway, but there has to be some kind of element of longevity and marketability and accessibility, really. So ensure that your message is consistent across all your social media platforms, and if you are going to go down the rebellious and the protest route through the music, either do it subtly from the page or go all out and do it as a, this is 100% what you're about. Either way, either version can get new fans in, but as an industry person, if you stumble across a band or you're considering booking a band and they've got a really mixed message, it can be off-putting. Did anyone have any questions on regards to what industry workers look for from your socials? Cool. I can see some people in the chat, but no questions on that aspect. That's fine. So I guess next is how to get the best out of the social media, as an artist, how to, I guess, ultimately the goal is to reach more people. And, we can look at, we'll talk about ads shortly, but ultimately it starts off with organic content and, time to post. This year, with the pandemic, has seen a lot of changes in how people interact on social media, and what was best practice last year has rapidly changed this year. It doesn't matter so much if you're putting a bit of spend behind your page or your Instagram profile, or even your Twitter and your Google, your YouTube. But before, releasing songs on a Friday at lunchtime was quite popular. Now this year, it's started to see Mondays and Thursdays as popular days to release music. Evenings being the best time to post, where people have been working from home all day, and probably browsing social media every 45 minutes or so during their work hours. But they're not ready to engage, or they haven't got the brain capacity to engage with your page or your account until the evening. So in order to get the best out of social media, realistically, during the week, it's definitely best to post 5 p.m. if you're not going to put any spend behind it, or if you are a smaller page, or a smaller account looking to grow quickly. I would definitely recommend posting, post 5 p.m. maybe even a little bit later, no later than 9 p.m. because a lot of people, they'll start watching a film or start playing a game, or they'll start looking to switch off from social media towards going to bed. but and it's not just the time as well. Like the way content has changed as well. So as a band, again, entirely depends on the music, but predominantly video content is leading the way with what people interact with or what people watch. And to get the best out of your socials, really, you need short, snappy clips that provide insight to you as a musician, or the band as an entity, or you as just a creative, or whatever the message is behind the music in the page. And that does vary across genres. But when people are scrolling in the evening, a short, sharp video, especially if you're advertising a new single, things like that, really catches the eye. And even if you haven't got money to spend, it's definitely worth doing a 15 to 30-second video in the evening, 2-3 times a week. And if you're able to be productive during this, during the pandemic, then it's definitely worth making sure you've got plenty of content for posts, 2 or 3 posts out a week to provide updates on your productivity. I know some people don't like to show writing process, recording process, things like that. Many reasons could be because if they're not using live drums, there's definitely some stigma around that, or people don't want to show off their home setup, things like that. That's absolutely fine. But there's plenty of ways you can release short, sharp videos to continue engaging people. Even if it's just a small riff, or you singing, showing your home setup, or what's inspired you to write some music. It's just all about kind of showing people on your page how or why you make the music you do, and trying to encourage the fans you have to engage more and to share more, share that content with their friends and fans. If you don't have a large budget to invest into growing your social presence, then you are heavily reliant on existing fans, because up until around 1,500, 2,000 likes in regards to your releases, you don't have much going for you in the way of you don't have much going for you in the way of algorithms and organic searches throwing you a bone, and that is, it is quite tough for new bands, especially solo musicians who pay for everything themselves. So yeah, just to recap on that: evening posts and short videos providing insight. Images also do work as well. Instagram has a carousel feature. You can post multiple images to scroll through. And with Facebook, you're heavily rewarded for posting more images than text. And they've recently reduced their text limit on images. So if you do decide to boost an image with text on, you'll no longer be penalised, because the text limit has recently come down to 20% from 40%. So good news for venue owners and festival promoters who obviously have large images with lineups and hundreds of bands on, or tens of bands on. And yeah, I mean, ultimately it's just the continuity, it's staying regular, it's people start to subconsciously start to realise that, all right, yeah, it's Friday, I might see something from this band I like. They released a song last month that really connected with me, and I'm hopefully going to see some insight into what's coming next, or how the thing that I like so much was created. And yeah, it's just about consistency and keeping people engaged. And that's across all of the platforms. But I mean, it's slightly different with Twitter. Some people have their Twitter profiles effectively mimicking their Facebook, because unless you have like a really strong voice in the band, like a front man who is, potentially deemed a little bit outspoken or jovial. You need the band's Twitter account. Twitter's used very differently, so the band's Twitter account kind of needs to be controlled by one person, providing that voice on behalf of the band. And yeah, just seeing that question here, if you have no news, is it best to post nothing or engage on a personal level, do you think? I've always been a fan of, I've always been a fan of honesty, I guess, from a band. I mean, it really varies per genre and the message. But if I was, a lot of bands have not been able to be productive during this period. I'm trying to think of an example. Well, I won't call any bands out, but a lot of bands have tried to be, have been unable to be productive in this period. And, as such, they've just kind of let their socials go by the wayside. They haven't posted anything for months. They haven't set any, given any sorts of updates into, what's happening. And there will be people, when you get to a certain level, there will be people that do care about you guys, as individuals and as an entity, because you're creating art for them that they like. So I'm more for kind of providing an update in, this is what's happening, this is the position that we're in. If you've got no news, tell people. People might leave comments which could further inspire you. You may realise that what you deem as one single you released last year might have been heard by someone and affected them in a way you hadn't realised. And I think I definitely think honesty is the best policy. If you've got nothing to share, let people know. It's not necessarily a way to stay relevant. It's more a case of sincerity, and I think it really kind of reflects more in certain genres of music than others. But most musicians I know are parts of communities, and they help each other out. How much should we post memes? Memes is an interesting one because memes, obviously, they bring joy to so many different people. So I don't know what. It depends on the message from the page. It depends on the music you're pushing out. Sometimes one meme in a sea of serious content and post would be really nice to kind of break down. Just give a completely different view of an angle that a fan might have of your band or your project. But at the same time, posting nothing but music memes, theory memes, gent memes, that kind of stuff. It gets tiring, and ultimately, you're just sharing other people's content. Definitely. Memes can definitely dilute, the message you're putting out, because ultimately it's a joke. It's a joke, and unless you're in like a jokey band, you shouldn't. I think it's a bit of a waste just to be another source of entertainment for a brief second. I think it kind of it dilutes the message behind the music. I would keep memes. If I was in a new project, I would keep memes down to maybe once a month. April Fools is a really good opportunity to jump on board. Pranking your fans, or even actually just surprising them with something real. Christmas song is always a good one. But I don't know. Just general. If you're not if you're not a band with like a political message or anything like that, sharing memes against a political party that you're not a fan of, or memes to do with anything you might do on a personal level that actually could end up being a bit of an in-joke just amongst a small percentage of your page likes. It can get a bit dangerous. It can start to disengage people. And then Jerry said, how do you promote a gig without alienating fans that aren't anywhere nearby? So actually, Facebook has a feature where you can just post to a set region from the page. Ultimately, when a band announces a huge tour, and if you've engaged a lot with that band, you will see the different events throughout the day pop up in your feed that they've added new dates. And obviously, they released the tour poster. But one thing you can do is you could release a post from your Facebook page and backdate it, so it doesn't appear in everyone's feed that likes the page, or everyone would potentially see the post. But it does appear as the page post. You can go back and add boost to the specific region that the gig is in. So that basically means that your entire page audience that would potentially see the post that might not be relevant to them doesn't get hit with that message for that single show. And then you can spend a little bit of money pushing that post to the relevant people. Likewise, with Facebook events, it's quite similar. Obviously, a few people will see it initially in their feed, but you can also spend money on the event to reach people on a local level. And then Roy said, what timescale would you aim for releasing new music, and what other content can you have to go with that release? Good question, Rory. So I was actually going to answer that a bit later on with how to release and advertise your music, but I can touch on that now. With most genres, or with pop, I tend to see the timescale for release be around 2 months. Obviously, they've got huge labels behind them pushing each single, and you've got a lot of money being spent on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Spotify playlisting, that kind of thing. Ultimately, pushing the single quite quickly. And with pop music, it tends to be kind of shorter songs. Occasionally, obviously, modern pop music is getting better, in my opinion, but it does tend to lack substance. So, singles need to be released a lot sooner before the final EP or album. But with more, outside of pop music, I've seen a lot of 3-month campaigns, or kind of 3 to 3.5 month campaigns. So I recently worked with a band who released a single every 3 to 4 weeks, followed by the album 2 weeks after the last single. And, page likes doubled, monthly listeners increased. I can't remember the exact percentage, it was over 60%. But effectively, it was a new single almost every payday, with the album coming out. Almost every third week of the month, with the album coming out, just before a payday, with pre-orders being pushed throughout the entire period. And in regards to the content that goes out with that, teasers for music videos help hugely, to allude to what's coming. Not only that though, it can work really well when certain band members get behind the camera and also promote the material. To say like, hey, I'm X member from this band, we've got a new single coming out. It'd be really good if you check it out next week, or pre-save it here, or sign up to our pre-sale, that kind of thing. That personal connection can drive a lot more than just abstract video with some muffled audio and things like that, which a lot of teasers, modern teasers, tend to be. Because obviously they don't want to give too much away of the actual content. But yeah, my timescale would be around the 3.5 month mark. So 3 to 4 weeks between each single. It gives you time to single one would say be the third week of August. 2 weeks later, announce the full release, like the album. Then the weekend, a couple of days after that album release, where you hopefully announce the pre-orders as well, the release teaser for the second single. A week later would be the second single. And then between that second single and the third single, you've got 2 videos to help you push album pre-orders. Hopefully the 2 singles are quite different, giving potential fans, a spectrum of what to expect on the album. And then the third single is your chance to kind of really wow people potentially with, a heavier song or a lighter song or completely different change of genre. And to, almost have it as like a wild card. And then the album shortly after that, post-album, is really difficult because it really, really varies on your on the genre of music you're in, and obviously what you're able to do. But behind the scenes and showing, being intimate with that creative process generally tends to get a lot more people engaged in you as a creative entity. And then Jake Reed, how much does individual band members' social media accounts affect the band's social media presence? So this is an interesting one because effectively when you're starting out, you've probably got more friends on Facebook than your page has got likes. So it's important for you to have people invested in you as a person before you start trying to push on, your creative project or passion or whatever the band is to you. It's important to have people invested in you as a person before you start trying to get people to invest in a band. As more and more people join bands and start bands and not just bands, solo musicians as well. As more and more people start to release music, they need help from other people. They need help from their friends and family. And it's difficult to get that help if you don't post any personal content. For example, I'd be more likely to share a band's new single if I knew that the member of the band that I have on my personal Facebook, also likes similar things to me or has similar political views or has been to somewhere that I've been and enjoyed, or similar ethical views. It's more about the presence that you personally give off online is kind of that drives more people engaging with your band at an earlier start. For me, I think it's one of the most important factors for a band that's really trying to break out, because ultimately they are, they're relying on their friends and family, and if all they ever do is just share stuff straight from the band, no one is invested in that person. Sure, you might have private conversations and DMs with close friends and things like that, but your Facebook personal feed is not like it's not like the band page. If you share something from your personal page, almost everyone is going to see it if they scroll through Facebook or Instagram on their phone that day, which doesn't happen with band pages. So that's a real opportunity for you to get your personality out there and get closer with the friends that you have, so they can ultimately help you, improve the reach of your band. It is, I understand for a lot of people being on social media and posting personal content and anecdotal things and or even just music they like. Some people don't want to use social media in that way. But when you start having you start adding more industry people, and you start kind of joining different genre communities and things like that. You need to get your personality out there, because it's quite a competitive space. If I was a venue owner and I had to pick between two bands, and I've got one member of each band as a friend, and one guy hasn't posted anything for 3 months, and one guy's posted, memes and music videos he's enjoyed, restaurants he's visited, new guitar he bought, that kind of thing, I'm going to give that guy and his band the show, because I know more about him, I care more about him ultimately, and I want to help him. If it doesn't matter how good the music is on the other guy's band, I don't know anything about him, I have no incentive to be, I'm not invested in him as a person, so I'm not willing to help him out. And it sounds really sad, really, it's calculated, but ultimately, you make connections through social media, and if I haven't made a connection to this person, what would my incentive be to help them, Then, is it better to post from a band page as one voice, or different personal voices from each member that posts? That's a tough one. Again, it depends on your genre, depends on how many of you are in the band, the personalities in the band. I've been in some bands, and I've looked after some bands that have tried both. Both work, but it really depends on the personalities of those members. If you've got, if your front man is known for being an introvert, and then they're trying to post, hey, can't wait to do this, can't wait to see everyone moshing or everyone singing along, it's a little bit disingenuous to those people that actually know that, he's quite an introvert, or the music doesn't actually allow for that. So, in terms of personal voices from each member that posts, the tone and the content you post needs to be agreed on, and that's how you build your brand online effectively. You only post X amount, X types of things, or you don't use X certain words, and you kind of find your voice is either individuals posting from the page or as the band as one, and you stick to that, because a lot of people will start becoming accustomed to not only the content you put out, but how you put it out and the way you put it out, and it's important to maintain that. Surely the consistency of the message needs to be the same across the board. It depends on the band. I mean, if you've got a 6-piece prog rock band, and you've got a keyboard player, and you've got a bass player who's got a wireless piece and is known for running into the crowd and stuff, people that, if the band is huge and they're playing 300, 400, 500 cap venues, and they're selling them out, people are going to know that member likes to go crazy, or that member likes to do certain things or say certain things, and that, therefore, when that person posts, that becomes that connection is made. Obviously, getting to that stage where those connections can be made can take a while, but the amount of bands that I've seen in the last 2 years who've gone from 500 likes to 3,000 likes and can sell out 100, 150 cap rooms across the UK and bigger rooms in Europe, it's growing all the time. People are now investing a lot of money into growing their social media accounts, and then talking with fans afterwards, having their personal accounts public, accepting lots of friend requests, or having lots of followers on Instagram and Twitter, conveying their thoughts, posting updates on what they're doing, and if someone's discovered a song, for example, Periphery, Periphery are my favourite band. I'm pretty sure now of all time, they definitely have been for the last 11 years. I follow every single member individually, and when a post goes out on the band page, I'm pretty sure I know who was behind it, and I care about what they put out. Sometimes they put out complete nonsense, and it doesn't bother me because they're my favourite band. And you know, I know I saw them live once, and one of the guitarists was running around pretending to pull out the lead from the other guitarist. And then, you know, the photos that he posts on his personal account also show that kind of that cheeky side, and ultimately it just kind of, you know, it just spirals. It's not just the music. You know, you care about these people as individuals, and that's what a lot of bands are struggling to do, because they're not posting, they're not kind of updating. What's the word? They're not updating the personal aspects of their lives, so they don't have those people invested in them. And you know, it sounds really, like, it probably sounds really pretentious, but it is. You know, it's like, it's psychological. Sure, you know, you hear a song that you like and it's got an amazing riff, an amazing solo, or it's got a time signature that's not used, or a key change that's not really often used, and you know, it spends those neurons, and you're just like, wow, this is cool. How is this written? How is this made? Why is it giving me this feeling? And then who are the people behind this? You know, it's a psychological thing. Another question. I suppose when a brand is based on several individuals, the message is made up of those people, whereas looking at a brand marketing itself, message consistency is always the same. Yeah, I mean, marketing itself is quite a broad term, because ultimately, if you're doing it as a band, you know, the end goal is pushing music and pushing merchandise. Those are your two priorities as a band. Everything you do in between is fun for the fans. So the consistency level, it can vary across the posts in regards to who's putting it out, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's off-brand, if that makes sense. So would you say the music industry is special in this way, a group of individuals making a band and brand? Yeah, definitely. There might be some individual businesses, trying to think of some businesses that have got multiple people behind them. I can't think of one right now. I think. Yeah, that's a tough one. I would say the music industry was more special in this way, yeah, but I can't really think of. I guess maybe if you look at like the Marvel films, you know, Chris Hemsworth after the third Thor film. I know it's getting really nerdy now, but after the third Thor film, you know, he didn't want to do the third one because he was getting tired of playing a rigid, you know, Nordic type, and it's, you know, the third film really kind of changed, and then how him and the rest of the cast promoted that film. Looking back now, was really on brand for the film, and they made the brand for that film as individuals, even though they had completely different messages because of their completely different roles that they played. But you know, that's the only other example I can think of right now. But it is predominantly you know, the music industry, because ultimately, in a band especially, you've got multiple people writing music, or writing different elements of music, and recording and producing, and they've all got to say in the mixing and the mastering and the artwork. And yeah, you know, it is that group of individuals that make the band, that give the brand voice. A question here from Danny as well. Should a band be messaging other unconnected accounts and Insta to grow awareness? We see a lot of bands messaging seemingly at random. Always comes disingenuous and sometimes annoying. 100% do not do that. Is the worst thing. As a industry professional, is the worst thing to receive. Myself, Catherine and Joe put on a festival, and the day after one of the lineup announces, my personal Instagram account was messaged by a few bands, by the band pages, just asking to get on the festival, asking me to check out their music, not providing links. And I was really annoyed because, you know, that's my personal that's my personal account where I, follow things I like and post content that I want to. And to be hassled about something that I consider, work. And it's not just me with a festival. It's me as a marketing manager for national promoter or other promoters I know. No one wants to get messaged out of the blue with, just completely unsolicited pushes to new tracks and things like that. It's when you get that notification ping, it is a little bit like a bit of a drug. It's addictive, and then to be disappointed with a message from a band you've never heard of telling you to check out their new single and that they really appreciate it. It's not taken a lot of thought and effort. Sure, like it does take effort to compose that message, but you're copying and pasting it to random people. You don't feel receiving that. You just don't feel special. You don't feel any incentive to kind of help this band out because it's just a numbers game for them, and ultimately they'll be upsetting more people than people that actually take a chance on them. So how to release and advertise your music. I did cover that slightly with what question is it? With Rory Field's question about the timescale for releasing music. So with releasing and advertising your music, unfortunately, you can't just put your EP or album on TuneCore, DistroKid, put it out there and make millions. You've got to think of the album as like, I don't know, a finished car, and each music video is a seat, a steering wheel, and a dashboard or the grill or whatever. Like you've got to kind of tease what is to come on the album, because the album or the EP is effectively, a musical journey. Even if it's not a concept album or anything like that, it's 8, 9, 10, 15 songs of that you've created and that you spent a lot of work refining, probably over years. You can't just put it out there and expect people to listen to it. Visuals really, really help with connecting messages behind the song. And it doesn't have to be a fancy music video with actors. It could be animated. It could be a lyric video, especially, I guess, with heavy music where some lyrics could be difficult to understand upon first listen. Getting that message out there with each single before the album release is quite important. So going back to the release cycle thing, I always see between kind of 2.5 to 3.5, 4 months in regards to what songs are, in regards to the singles coming out to the album coming out. And, I've worked on 6 album campaigns this year, and the average spend has been about 1,800 quid for Facebook, Instagram, and a little bit of Google and YouTube ads. I know that sounds quite daunting, but between 4 or 5 members, that's 300-400 quid each, which isn't too, 300 to 450 quid each, which isn't too bad over the course of 2.5 kind of 4 months. But obviously, if you've been working on an album, you've probably been saving a little bit on the side to prepare for the promotion of it anyway. But with all the content that goes out for promoting the teasers, and the music videos, and the pre-orders, and then finally the album, you can use multiple different ways to advertise through Facebook and Instagram, which predominantly predominantly are your main marketing channels to drive traffic to where people will listen or watch or purchase. because people do still buy MP3s and CDs, and obviously you do want to sell merchandise and bundles and things like that. So with advertising your music, ultimately you've got to look at reaching existing people, because Facebook penalizes you from actually reaching everyone on your page already. So you've got to reach the remainder of the people that you can't see, that won't see it. And you've got to reach entirely new people that might be interested, and they could be lookalike audience of close friends of people that already like your page, that are into similar bands. Then you can just reach out to completely random people that like similar bands that might sound like you or that have influenced you. You can reach out to people that have watched specific videos that you put out already. There's no kind of, there's almost no limit to how you can advertise through these platforms, and that's with Twitter as well. Although their advertising platform is not as good for bands long term, it's still good for reaching new people if the content is right. And ultimately, you're looking at placing post with a short, snappy video or an image. You can put a call to action on the post. The call to action is like shop now, learn more, listen now, book now, that kind of thing, depending on what you're promoting. You put a call to action on the post. And then I usually run 2 posts on an ad. So I run a 2 ads on a post. So I run a traffic ad, which is very specific to who it reaches, and its sole purpose is to drive traffic to the site that you're clicking through. That could be your white label, which would list all the stores that people would listen to your music on, or buy your music from, or to be to a specific video, and it's only going to reach the people that I say it's going to reach. And it's just going to drive them to click on the call to action. And on the same post, I'll also put an engagement ad where people are encouraged to click like, or the heart react, or angry react, or to share it. And that reaches, obviously, the very specific people that I've requested it to reach, similar bands or friends of people that already like my page, or whatever we've decided on the targeting. But not only that, when people engage with that post, it appears in other people's feeds. So it increases the reach of the post, and hopefully increases people, clicking play or turning the volume up or clicking through onto the link. So you're running 2 ads on the same post. The budgets don't have to be huge, but they're very, very specific in who they target. And that means you're not getting loads of wastage, because I see a lot of bands will just kind of go to the boost feature on a post, and they'll just throw in 10 bands, and it will reach, obviously there will be some crossover where someone might like 5 of those 10 bands, or maybe even more, but it will ultimately just reach 2% of each of those 10 bands on that post. Whereas I'd rather have 10 separate ads with different budgets reaching a higher percentage of those 10 bands fans, and the ones that perform the worst you can turn off, and then put that spend onto the ones that are performing better. So say I wanted to reach, this might be a controversial one, but say I'm writing a thrash album and I want to reach fans of Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, Testament. Instead of putting all 4 of those bands into one audience, I want to do 4 different boosts on that post to audiences, to fans of those 4 individual bands. Obviously, there will be some crossover from people who do like Metallica and Megadeth. I don't know many people who do enjoy both. I've always been a Metallica fan. But, and you look at Slayer and Testament as well, and then say the Slayer audience doesn't connect very well, you turn that off and you take the money from that audience and you put it into Metallica and Megadeth and the Testament ones. So you reach more of those unique fans, and there'll be more crossover. Because sometimes it can take a post 2, 3, maybe even up to 7 times before someone engages or clicks through. And if you've got a limited budget for a release, it's important not to waste it and to not just throw a load of bands into the mix, because someone that likes Foo Fighters, might just not listen to Metallica anymore, and you're putting those two bands in the same audience. You could be overlapping and bombarding them with the same ad multiple times. At what level is it appropriate to start releasing EPs and albums? I see the whole EP and album cycle that whole landscape has changed massively, and in the last 2 years, there's been a prominent rise of bands releasing singles only, and the single, they can release with a single. You're not kind of tied to anything. Usually a single does allude to an EP or an album, but you can drop it whenever. You've got no obligation. It's just a single track that you put out with no other context, and that does seem to be on the rise. But with platforms like Spotify, where the user interface doesn't really allow you to listen to songs in a certain order, or we'll start playing other random tracks. Sometimes that can be frustrating for the listener. So, I'll copy that. So, ordinarily, I see across a lot of genres, I see a lot of people releasing 1 or 2 tracks at most, then an EP with 4 to 6 tracks max, which will include 2 of those released tracks. And that's usually what most kind of first bands do, where they try to find their sound. They're still getting used to writing with other people, and they're looking to release something to give people to listen to before playing live. And then, an EP is a good starting point. If you can, an album has quite a lot more weight. If you're just starting out and you've got 100 likes on your page, if you can, work on an album, because if you start including PR companies and any marketing agencies or anyone that you get in to help you push your release, an album just has more weight to it, because it showcases more of you as a band. But there's no limit to there's no wrong or right time to kind of start releasing EPs or albums. I'm starting a new band, and we're going straight into an album. The album is finished being writing, but we'll probably, this is actually going to throw some people off, but the first thing we release will actually be a cover, because the band is a little bit different from anything that myself and the other members in it have done before, and we're looking at a big way to reach a load of people to kind of showcase what is potentially coming, because otherwise we're going to release a single with no context, and we don't want people to make the association that it's just some of these guys from this one band making a new band that sounds slightly different. We kind of want a little bit of, like, here's what's inspired us, and this is why we're doing it. So that single will go out, that cover will go out towards the start of next year, and then we'll probably have a month or 2 break to promote that single, and then we'll release 3 separate singles that will be part of the album. I have also recently worked with a band who want to release singles late this year, early next year, and then also release an album this time next year with those singles on. And I know a lot of people who feel kind of cheated, where they've enjoyed a song for a year or so, and then they've heard it on on the album already. On the album that comes out later in the year, or however later on the album comes out, because they've enjoyed the song for a long time now, and then just to hear it on the album, you end up skipping it. So if you are going to include previously released songs on an album that are not part of the album cycle, it's worth considering getting a guest in, whether it's guest vocals, guest solo, or getting potentially rewriting it. And obviously it doesn't have to be song name 2.0, but it could be an extended version, or maybe getting in like an electronic producer to do a remix of that song. Just to provide something a little different for the listener, because ultimately that song's been out for a while now, and while you're totally within your right to add that to the album if it was part of that context. In regards to just rewarding those people who have waited, sometimes it can be best to either leave it off or give it a bit of a rework. I've seen that sometimes with a lot of hip hop artists that I've worked with, promoting wise, and a lot of the fans really appreciate that, and I have started to see it more in rock and alternative music as well in the last couple of years. So I guess Facebook and YouTube and Google Ads, the different types of campaigns, current trends, and training. So Facebook, Instagram, and Google all provide free courses that you can do to improve your ability on those platforms to help you push your releases, your singles, that kind of thing. The Facebook one is called Facebook Blueprint, and that gives you the whole spectrum of what you can do with Facebook in regards to keeping people on your page or within the app, but still getting that sale, still getting that information that you require, and also how Facebook and Instagram link, and how you can, I see a lot of bands who might have 10,000 likes but only 1,000 Instagram followers, because you can't run ads to grow your followers. You can only run ads to grow your page like. But you can target the people that like your Facebook page through Instagram. So they hopefully, if they follow you on one platform, they start seeing ads for you on another platform, they'll also follow you there as well. Obviously, everyone uses social media differently. I use Twitter to keep up to date with other hobbies and passions, and maybe just kind of be on sports person or something like that. And I use Instagram for close friends and a couple of my favorite bands, and then Facebook for me is like, that's where I get that's where I want to keep all of my music, news and updates there. So I'll subscribe to all the pages that I'm passionate about, and it does obviously mean that my feed is quite full on, but yeah, everyone uses social media differently. And Facebook Blueprint really kind of helps you understand that, helps you do things like get the Facebook Pixel, which is a really handy thing you can put on your band's merchandise site. So if people go through to buy a t-shirt or a hat or a CD, and then they, for some reason, they have second thoughts, and they back out of that purchase, you can retarget that person later on down the line with a discount code or a personalized message, say like, hey, you almost finished buying that merchandise, click here to finish your purchase. Maybe you can time that at a different part of the month, when people have got money, because obviously a lot of people tend to buy stuff the last 3 or 4 days of the month and the first week of the month, just after they've got paid and all their bills have gone out. So the Facebook Pixel is really handy for retargeting that lost purchase and getting that conversion. And then it tells you about the different types of ads you can run. So the traffic ads, which I've previously discussed, which just drive traffic to the specific site that you're trying to, the video that you're trying to get views on, or the Spotify song that you're trying to get this pre-saved on, or the album bundle pre-orders. And then engagement ads, which, if you've got a really cool short video and you just want it to be seen by as many people as possible and you want all the interaction on it, it's good to place those ads on there and place them in feeds. Then you can also place ads in third-party apps that use Facebook Connect. So if you're playing Words with Friends or Scrabble and you use Facebook Connect to log in, you can place ads in between people's Scrabble terms and things like that and reach them, in less conventional places. And obviously then there's things like story ads. So while, if you check everyone's stories at the end of the day and you want to see what people have been up to, you can place an ads there as well. And obviously those types of ads are somewhat intrusive to some people, but they have a really high conversion rate because they effectively, it's such a personal place that it comes through, and you actually do end up seeing quite a high uptake on people who are like, do you know what, they've taken the effort to brand this content in portrait dimension in between while I'm looking at my friend's stuff. I might actually give this a go. And also the call to actions there, they can also be swipe up for, swipe up to hear more, swipe up to watch, swipe up to buy. Some of that you can't unlock until you get to 10,000 likes if you do it organically, but you can do it with ads. And yeah, Facebook Blueprint is something I highly recommend. A lot of people go through and kind of understand how the ads work and how the whole their ecosystem works. This also includes WhatsApp as well. So if you're a business and you're looking to get, say, if you're a food business and you're looking to take orders and reply to people quite quickly with dietary requirements and things like that, it's all linked through Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp as well. But it's completely free. And the only thing really that I found when people I know have given that a go is they didn't know who they were targeting, who to reach with their new brand. And you've got to think about a lot of the acts that inspire you and that you want to be at that level, and how many other people are going to be bidding on that same space, because that's how the ads work. You're bidding for that engagement in that space, and you're willing to pay a certain amount to get that like, to get that thumbs up, to get that click. So if you're releasing a thrash album and a slightly bigger band with a label behind them is also releasing a thrash album, don't target fans of Metallica, don't target fans of Megadeth. Think outside the box. Think about the magazines that those thrash fans might read, or the music channels, or the radio station, or the other brands that they might like. Try and think of it outside the box with your audience building, because otherwise you're wasting your marketing budget against someone who's probably got a bigger budget. Like right now, Black Friday, I'm running some ads for some merch campaigns for some bands that I look after, and we're seeing really, really high cost per click. Excuse me, because everyone else is. It's Black Friday, so every man and his dog is running an ad this weekend to sell a product. But come Monday, Tuesday, that price will drop down. So you also, think about your release as well in terms of, you don't want to release just before Christmas because it'll be, no one will care. At the same time, it's difficult to release in festival season because everyone's out and having fun. There's no wrong or kind of right way to release an album, but I've generally seen albums do well between kind of April to June, and then September to November. Every other album that's come out between then has often been forgotten about when it comes to album of the year lists, or has had too much to deal with in regards to public holidays and other events. And then with Google and YouTube, they have like a basic ad platform. It's called Google Display Network. And they also have a more advanced system called DV360, which is Display and Video 360. And that's linked with another tool called Campaign Manager. These are the kinds of products the kinds of tools and platforms where you can track things like Amazon purchases from people watching a video ad before a similar video that they actually want to watch. But the more basic version, even things like Google AdWords, I bet you there's barely any bands that if they're running ads themselves, there's barely any bands that will run Google AdWords. You'd be surprised how many people will go into a search engine and type new music, new X genre music today or this week or that kind of thing. What new albums are coming out next month? And there's quite a few places online where you can get free Google vouchers to run these types of ads. So a couple of bands I've worked with have run AdWord campaigns. So when you type in UK metalcore bands or UK punk rock bands, they're the first one. They're literally the first search in Google. Before Q Magazine or Kerrang Magazine or anything like that, they're right at the top. There's no one else bidding on that space, so that's one to consider if you've got the budget. But even if you just if you go to the Google Ads website, a couple of days later, you'll get an ad for a free voucher in your feed. Save that voucher, sign up, and have a play next time you've got a YouTube video. Because you can then go into the YouTube display ad platform and place your music video before similar videos or videos that have influenced you, videos from bands that have influenced you, or even when you go into YouTube and you search, let's say you search Metallica, your video could come up first rather than the most popular Metallica video. And it doesn't just have to come up first on the search, it could come up first on the related videos. If you get the images done, it can come up while that Metallica video is playing, or it can play just before that Metallica video. And it's not that expensive to do, it's not that difficult to do. The Google course is called Google Digital Garage. It starts off quite patronizingly, explaining to you the internet, but it does slowly break down Google's services and ad platform. And I highly recommend it for anyone that isn't signed, has a bit of time to understand, to try and understand that platform. But if you look at a lot of the bands in the last couple of years that have really, really grown, they've put £1,800 to £2,000 into an album campaign, and then they've also put £100 on each single on YouTube or Google. And that's because the video connection with the music, obviously music videos are still, music videos haven't gone out of fashion, whereas albums and EPs, because of the decline of CD sales, are slowly that whole landscape is changing. But music videos, it's always the way where it can be an introduction to you for so many people. It's such a good way to make a great first impression with a high quality video, regardless of what it is, obviously you wanted to showcase your creative ability and the message behind the song, if there is one. So I think it's important to put some budget into that platform. And then obviously you can do things like pay to get onto certain Spotify playlists, but I would highly not recommend that. Some of for starters, it's illegal to charge people. A lot of these guys are operating under the radar. And a lot of these playlists are absolutely terrible. They've just got someone with 5 or 6 laptops, have the album on repeat, just playing, and they've just got a VPN, so each laptop is in a different country or whatever. And sure, it gets you some plays and it gets you a bit of money back eventually, but it's not real people. The best thing you can do is reach fans through existing fans. That's why I always believe when running Facebook ads, like I'll always throw in a lookalike audience or friends of people that already like this page that also like, similar genre music or similar bands that we've been told we sound like or that influence us. Because more often than not, if someone says to you, hey, check out that new X band song, it's really cool, you're going to do it. Or someone shares it in their feed, you're going to click it, you're going to check it out. Obviously, I'm not going to trash talk Spotify's recommendation system. I've definitely found some gems through that, but I don't necessarily think it's been the best. The bands I found and I've enjoyed, the connection hasn't quite been the same because it's been put in front of me while I've been doing something else and the song's come on. Whereas on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, if someone said, this is the coolest video ever, everyone needs to watch this right now, and then you watch the video as well at the same time, the connection is just greater. It's come as a recommendation, and we've got the oral and the visual aspects of that song. And ultimately, that's your first impression to reach new people. That's your first impression, and it needs to be a good one. And I think in regards to current trends and training, well, the training obviously I've gone over. The current trends I did kind of start with at the beginning. Obviously, Facebook seems to change its dimensions and look and layout all the time. It is annoying, but ultimately we are under no obligation to use it, so we just have to get used to it. And the dimensions that appeal to people in different placements will vary wildly. So obviously there's a story placement, which is almost a complete length of the screen of the phone when it's in portrait mode. And then when you're scrolling in your feed, there's like 1350 by 1080, which is the width of the phone, and about 4/5 of the screen, which also showcases the pages coming from at the top, and obviously all the reactions at the bottom. And it means that it doesn't crop the photo. I can put the list of dimensions, like best practice dimensions, into a document for people to have, so they know that when they're getting album artwork and promotional images and things like that made up, they know that it's going to sit right in people's feeds, not be cut off. Because there's nothing worse than having amazing artwork and then having it cropped by the platform and not showing off this amazing thing that you've had created or that you maybe created yourself. And videos tend to change as well depending on the placement. So obviously you can, if you've got a 15-second video, you can actually place it as an advert in between someone else's video, providing obviously it's fairly relevant. It will actually get quite a high result. So let's say a huge band releases their music video straight to Facebook or live streams the performance, then a couple of days later that performance is saved to Facebook for people to watch, you can place a video in that as an advert. So, you know, at the end of a song, Facebook's algorithm will kind of note that the volume is dropped or whatever, and it will provide that space for bands to advertise in there if they've got 15-second video or shorter. And that's really, like, that's been around for about 18 months now, but that's only really started to take off in the last 3. Because obviously, while I did say short, snappy video content really really appeals to people and captures attention, because obviously it's just such a competitive space. Placing that in there, you know, sometimes people can deem it as damaging to their brand, their image, because you know, it's just a short clip of a much larger thing that they're more proud of, and not everyone wants to crop. So, you know, it could be a progressive song as well, where the chorus maybe doesn't quite fit into 15 seconds, and it's a tough decision to make, to kind of have to almost consider butchering your something that you're so proud of, but it's worth it just to kind of get it in front of relevant people's eyes and have people take a chance on you. Question here: do you think that inserting videos in that manner risks annoying fans, or are there likely to be adverts anyway? There's likely to be adverts anyway. Predominantly, so if you watch sports videos, there's adverts from betting companies. If you watch meme videos, there's adverts for fashion products usually. So with music videos, it's only in the last couple of months we started to have more videos be placed in there. I mean, sure, like YouTube ads and unskippable ads and things, they are annoying, but at the same time, if those, you know, it's annoying if you really, really want to, you know, look at something or watch something right there and then, but at the same time, if it grabs your attention and you've discovered your new favorite band, you know, you'll quickly forget how frustrating that was. You know, just providing the content and the audio is top notch. Another question here: would you recommend a brand or band using TikTok to reach a big audience? The TikTok's a weird one, because it is aimed at youngsters, but quite a lot of older people do use it. I haven't seen many actual bands use it, but members of the band use it to promote their band. I've seen a lot of brands use it to sell products, but excuse me, I haven't seen a lot of people use it to sell albums and pre-orders and things like that. Their ad platform is quite unintuitive, to say the least, and obviously it doesn't work in America, so you are limited to, well, the rest of the world. It's still quite a big place, but in order to make the content to, you know, consider going viral on TikTok, it's difficult to kind of stay original on there, because there's so many new challenges and dance challenges, and you know, the editing capability of such a basic app has made, you know, people who would consider themselves not to be very creative, is all of a sudden, you know, giving them huge online followings, and has then encouraged them to up their creativity, you know, not just with appearance and costumes or anything like that, but, you know, in terms of their editing skills. But it's a difficult one for bands. I think you have to be a specific genre band. I think you'd have to be quite an outspoken person, really, for, you know, to speak above the rest of the people on that platform, because it is ultimately there to, you know, the content you put out there to impress people or to make people laugh. And not every band is going to be in, you know, writing music with that in mind. Did anyone have any more questions? Because I think I've covered everything, actually. mean, what I can do as well is I'll leave some details with Catherine for how people can reach out to me if they need a hand with how to set up more complex ads, like especially things like funnels, where I did this on a band recently. So we had it so if they saw an ad to like their page and they clicked the ad and then they became a fan of that page, and then they were instantly served, the next time they scrolled on their feed, they were instantly served another ad for a music video that they hadn't seen yet, and then also asked to pre-order or to consider checking out the other singles. And how we did that was we made, so any new likes that came to the page, they'd obviously interact with the page in the last week or so. So we had one ad that only sent a video to people that only recommended, that only interacted with the page in the last 7 days. Another ad that then sent to people if they'd interacted with the page after those 7 days. So people weren't seeing the same video multiple times. They were seeing two completely different music videos. One that dragged them in, not dragged them, but one that had kind of coaxed them into becoming a fan of the page. And then another one would be to showcase the other side of them that they might not have seen if they'd not interacted with that ad. And therefore, the brand affinity as a result of that means that they're much higher engaged, because off the bat they've heard two singles in 24 hours. And they've now got more of an idea than just someone who's seen a photo of a lineup or an album cover or something and then like, yeah, sure, I'll give these guys a follow. They've now seen them watch two full videos within 24 hours, and they're a lot more engaged. And as a result, the following posts that went out that week had a much more higher engagement, organic engagement on them, because they either served one video and liked the page and then served another, or it was switched around. And then when the third video came, it could reach anyone that watched either of those videos, X percentage through the review tags, and it just meant that it was, a lot more people that like the page. They're here for a longer time rather than just liking the page, and then in a few months' time they'll forget why they followed this band. They couldn't name a song that inspired them to become a fan. Would you be able to recommend systems for scheduling, as people don't always post live and it can be useful? Yeah, so on Twitter, TweetDeck is completely free. It's just like having Twitter in your browser, only you can have multiple account feeds on the same screen, and you can schedule photos, videos, everything across multiple accounts. And obviously it's really handy for having a search feed as well. So when I log into TweetDeck, I've got personal feed, my personal notifications, and then I've got one band I manage and their notifications, plus anytime anyone has ever said that band's name on Twitter, it shows up as a separate feed, which means that we can see how, what people, sometimes, people might just mention a name or a band or a brand or a product without actually tagging it or hashtagging or anything like that, but it still comes up in the feed. So you can see how you're doing amongst, what people are saying about you, and see how you're doing amongst fans. For Instagram, I would recommend a tool called Sked. I think it's just SKED now. It's about £20 a month that you can schedule Instagram posts through it. However, Facebook has brought in the ability to schedule Facebook and Instagram posts from its own platform, but it's been broken for the last week, and it doesn't. I don't know when they're planning on fixing it, but if it doesn't get fixed in the next couple of days, I'd highly recommend a tool called Later, which just schedules your Facebook posts out later on in the day or later on in the week or whenever you need it to. I think it's really handy for scheduling, is really handy for kind of maintaining a nice clean look for the band, especially when you're releasing a tour. You can schedule all the events to go out at the same time, which, if you've teased the day before, there's a tour being announced in the next few days or whatever, people know to check back at the same time and they can find the event for their city nice and easily. Otherwise, you end up having a band page, adding events throughout the day, and it just looks really messy. Like the scheduling feature is all now done through Facebook's new tool called Creator Studio. It's a little bit clunky, but after a couple of days, it's really, really handy for seeing, especially if you've got multiple bands or if you've got a band and a solo project. It's really handy kind of seeing what you've got going out over those pages or those Instagram accounts over the next few days. But later is a paid option, and it's quite good. Hootsuite's probably the most expensive one, and probably not something I'd recommend for a smaller band. Another question here. If I make a post of a product or merch, leave a call to action, 10 your hashtags, and we pick the content and then the rest of the content all again, and you like it, etc. It's my only other option to then sponsor the post. Unfortunately, it is. Facebook and Instagram basically limit your reach from your accounts because they want you to spend money on the platform. There's no other way around it. However, with targeting the right people with a little bit of spend, you can achieve quite a lot. You can reach, lots of potential people. You can reach like a much finer number of very interested people. It really depends on, the product and your target audience. Obviously, with a band, the target audience could be wide because so many different people could listen to that genre of music. With a brand, it's a bit different because depending on the product, and how much it costs or where it's going to be, like if it's a commodity or if it's a piece of furniture or if it's a piece of technology, the target audience does require a little bit more work. But yeah, ultimately, if your organic content isn't getting you further quickly, you've got to start looking at putting a little bit of spend behind it just to convert those people on the fence to effectively, follow you and engage with you more, and then they'll start bringing more people. You don't have to spend a lot, but if you increase your following by just a small amount, the chances are that they'll start telling their friends, tagging their friends, that kind of thing. Especially if they're passionate about the band or the brand. When I get more followers, that built-in limitation will reduce. It's usually a percentage, so I think it's around 30 to 40% of the people that follow you might see your post. It changes depending on the type of content you put out, whether it's text heavy. The more people that engage with the post sooner, the more people it reaches. So that's why it's good to post in the evening, because more people throw you a like or a comment or a share, and then the more people that do that, Facebook will be like, oh, okay, this is content, good content. We'll reward this by showing it to more people that follow this page or this account. And then question here from Loungebar. We did this for Radar. Could you explain how that was coordinated? I'm assuming that's for the scheduling. And that was a tough one. So for the festival, we didn't want any leaks. We didn't want any, we wanted to be the primary source of news, because obviously we're a new festival and we're trying to grow the brand online. Likewise, we wanted all the bands to post about it because we had access to all of their pages to be able to reach their audiences. And yeah, that was quite a tough one, emailing all of the bands the specific artwork, saying here's the story artwork, here's the feed artwork, here's your cover photo artwork. This needs to go out at 10 o'clock on Friday or 10 o'clock on Monday or whatever time it is. And trying to get people to get that out on time was difficult. Trying to get access to all those pages was difficult. I'd highly recommend setting up Business Manager on Facebook. So if you go to business.facebook.com and set up a Business Manager account, what that allows you to do is take a lot of responsibility, like especially financial responsibility, off your personal ad account and have a shared ad account for your band or brand in which you can put a company card on or the band's PayPal account on, and then everyone can see ads are being run, and everyone can see that money's coming out and they get notified and they can contribute to that. And it also means that your Facebook and Instagram will link. And if you have a festival or something, or a promoter that wants access to your page, you can grant them a specific level of access. And if you have other bands, or if you have a solo artist page or anything like that, you can include them. You can include that within the business. So ultimately, let's say I've got an acoustic page, and then I've also got a band page. I can add fans of both of those pages into one audience and reach all of them without having to run two ads from the two separate pages. And that's completely free on Facebook. Only thing is that it's grey instead of blue. And then I've got another question here. Will I get more followers that posting times for peak audience engagement? If my post isn't seen at 10 a.m, will it be missed by the same person later? It depends on the user, actually. Depends how far they scroll. Instagram does alert you when you caught up, so to speak, on where you last got to on your feed scroll, and they can see it later. But there have been quite a few studies where people have been scrolling through their phone, and the further down they scroll, the less likely they are to engage. So posting later in the afternoon, or between kind of 5 and half 8, people, if they've scrolled in the morning to catch up on what they've missed overnight, then they've scrolled at lunchtime to catch up on what they've missed in the morning. The scroll in the evening, when they don't have distractions of work or travel or anything like that, they're more likely to engage in the post, whether it's a comment, a like, or a share. And when do you think bands or promoters get to the stage of needing a PR company? And when does the cost outweigh the benefit, or vice versa? See, PR for me is a strange one, because there's different levels of PR. So if you're paying if you've got a big label behind you and they've got a serious PR company on, then nothing can beat mainstream radio play, mainstream music, television play, or even just actual television play, and obviously national newspapers and national regular publications. If you look at more like a smaller PR company, sure, it's nice to have your band in that magazine that you used to buy 15 years ago. I've got some on the desk on my piano behind me, actually, the magazines that my band's featured in. But it's nice to be kind of proud of that. But ultimately, and I hate to say it, but print is slowly dying out, and you cannot track You know, who reads an article on your band, whether it be an interview or a review, you can't track that back to a listen or a sale or a pre-order. And more often than not, the last few campaigns I've worked on, I have advised not spending money on PR and putting it into growing their social. Because PR is, you know, PR is all well and good if you've got people that, you know, a wider community of people, a larger fan base that also care about that publication or know that that publication has certain weight behind it in a genre. But if you've got 2, 3, 400 or 500 likes, chances are the majority of those likes aren't going to know that you being in that magazine is a big deal. And although it is national, I don't see a lot of people picking up a magazine and then straight away picking up, going to their phone and saving the album on Spotify or typing that band name in. Whereas if you put that same amount of money that you would put into a PR campaign into ads, you can get new likes, you can get more views, you can get more listeners, you get more people taking a chance on you, and you can see how many people are taking a chance on you. It's measurable. But obviously, the bigger you get, when you start touring nationally and things like that, it is nice to have the publications speaking about you positively. It's nice to have the radio play, the interviews, and the reviews. Especially before an album comes out, it's nice to have lots of positive reviews to post to get people excited for it. But I would maybe look to save that for your second or third album, your first album. There's going to be so many bands that are the hottest new band from this town or this city that you should check out now. But how many people will actually put the magazine down, pick up the phone, or go to the computer and actually go and do that? Or will they go to the record store and actually buy that CD there and then? It doesn't allow, you're going to finish reading that magazine and then you're going to forget about that. That's, I don't think that's, for a first, the wisest move, personally. But I have seen bands who have used PR campaigns on their debut, and it's the positive press that they got was almost kind of wasted because they were just too small to enjoy the benefits of that once it was shared amongst or shared from the page. Do you think that sending your music to reviewers is important as a risk due to subjectivity? Yeah, I mean, music reviewers or critics, publications, they're always going to have, it depends who gets, especially the larger publications, they're going to have multiple people working to review albums. And, your email might come across someone on a bad day and just might not sit with them. And, as a result, you could end up getting quite a negative review. Or the other way around, someone's having the best day and the first song on your album just happens to connect with them really well and they give the album a 10 out of 10. The other thing is, though, it's not about reviews as such. As soon as you put your music out onto the internet, people to listen to, there will be people that, will absolutely love it and will support everything you do. And there will also be people that aren't a fan or hate it or enjoy the music but hate the production. And I think it's important to get reviews in to kind of brace you as a musician for what's to come, because not every show is going to be your best show. Not every take is going to be the best thing that you can do. And I think it's important to prepare yourself for criticisms or, I guess, negativity ultimately. And yeah, how would you advise dealing with negativity online? That's an interesting one because I don't see many people actually outright saying, "Oh, you know, this is crap, you should die," kind of thing. It's very much like it's more subtle digs. Ultimately, I kind of go by if I like something, I'll give it a thumbs up and I'll share it and I'll tell people like it. But don't like it, it's not done me any harm. I don't need to tell that person that I'm not, not a fan of it. But obviously, not everyone thinks the same way. But if you're replying to negativity online, the best thing you can do is kind of be a bit tongue-in-cheek with it and, apologise that it hasn't met their standards. I wouldn't outright, unless it's also the message behind your music, I wouldn't outright engage negatively in return. Because this person could, have loads of friends and they could start going and giving you loads of thumbs down on all your music videos and that kind of thing. It's not. It's worth standing up for yourself and what the products and the music and your messages that you believe in. But don't make it personal in return, because I know it will feel personal when it comes back to you because you put so much time and effort into this. About 5 minutes left, so does anyone have any more questions? Cool. Well, thanks for tuning in. Even thanks to everyone that's been here the whole time. Thanks to everyone that's just tuned in and out. I don't think I've talked about the music. Oh, hang on, one more. How important is merchandising if my reach isn't as far as it could be yet? Okay. That's an interesting question because I would say it's quite important, because just because you haven't reached the right audience doesn't mean people aren't going to stumble on you. And it'd be nice to discover a band or a product and be like, I've just randomly found this, from going down a bit of a wormhole, clicking on different things. I really like the sound of this, or I like the look of this, but I don't want to buy the CD because the website looks dodgy, or I don't want to buy this T-shirt because the render of the merch design on that band's T-shirt looks a bit crap. Like, I need to see what it looks like on a person before I consider spending, parting with that money. So I think it's quite important that the merchandising, the branding is of high quality to kind of remove any doubts that potential customers might have. Even if you're not reaching people, it doesn't mean people won't find you. Especially where if you're hashtagging things correctly, like there will be a lot of people who will click on a hashtag and go through to see what other people are posting, because it's related content. And a lot of people use social media in different ways, and they just want to look at pictures of, guitars or cats or furniture, and because it gives them inspiration. So it's important to make sure that when people do discover you, that you are, you're not creating any doubt in their mind for them to part with any money on your release or product. Where can people find out more about you? I do have a few bands and some other clients that I'm working with freelance, but I have room for a few more. I do try and answer questions via email or message. If people have any concerns or any problems with running ads and things like that, I do try and help where I can, but a lot of the information is free provided by Facebook, but I can understand people learn differently. I definitely didn't benefit from reading through Facebook's own, marketing advice book. I benefited from having a play and, finding out what worked and what didn't, and what's right and what's wrong, by doing it myself. Because reading and trying to absorb that information for me just didn't work. I could do video consultations and things like that if anyone's interested. My email is just ashcook123@hotmail.com. If you've got any concerns, or if you want some ads run for an upcoming release, or if you want kind of general advice on content and how to push that, then just hit me up there. But thanks very much for everyone that's tuned in, and enjoy the bass playing with Matt Ball. He's an excellent musician and a really lovely guy as well. Really helped out at the Radar Festival, and really stick around. There's some good things happening. Cheers, guys.
is okay. Righty ho, lovely stuff. I believe the old stream is going. So let me just drag up some notes real quick. I'm very sorry about the squeaky chair today, but we're going to have to just roll through that one. So first of all, welcome. My name is Matt Ball. I am a bass player, guitarist, songwriter, and other stuff. I'm here to talk to you about the bass guitar today. So, it's going to be quite an interesting one. I'm currently watching the stream as we're doing this, and there's about a 10-15 second delay for me, so do forgive me if your questions come through a little bit late. But yes, we should be all good to go. So, today we are going to get a little bit nerdy, possibly a little bit philosophical in places, but I will try to stay on topic. So we're going to cover a few main areas. First of all, I want to talk about technique. So typically kind of fingerstyle technique when it comes to bass. Like I do a lot of things like double thumb, slap bass, and predominantly play fingerstyle. I don't use a pick on bass that often, and I want to go into reasons as to why I don't, particularly in the style of music that I play, and why fingerstyle is good. Why it's good for bass, it's good for the sound, and it's good for more traditional playing. I'm also today would like to talk about being adaptable in the music industry. Now, obviously, the music industry is undergoing a massive transformation at the moment, so I want to talk to you a little bit about what I've done over the years and sort of how that's pushed me in certain directions, particularly when it comes to doing things that are out of your comfort zone, or doing stuff that you've never tried before, stuff that you'd, maybe at one point in time say no to, or think twice about, how it is often a good idea to just say yes to these things. So we will get into that in a while. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about bass in songwriting and approach to part writing. So that's going to be fun. It's a massive subject to cover, so I'm going to leave it more open to questions. So kind of open the floor up to you guys, discuss sort of my principles about writing bass for my own music, for the projects that I'm in, how I go about it, and different ways that you can go about it as well. But certainly if we have any bass players or arrangers, songwriters in the audience, I'll leave the floor open to you to ask any questions about bass arrangement and how these things go. So first of all, do we have, I'm just going to look at the chat real quick and wait for you guys to come by. So I want to see just who I'm speaking to, if anyone is an actual bass player, or if you're just a musician, to see who's listening. I might be able to tailor what I am speaking about a little bit closer to you. I'm seeing someone is complaining about the intermission music. It's very quaint, isn't it? Okay. I'm not seeing anything come up yet. Right, well, I'll leave chat for a little bit, and I will get on to my first topic, and then, I'll come back I'm going to play a couple songs today as well. I'm going to play some songs from the bands that I play in, my own material as well, so that should be quite fun. So let's make a start. First of all, I thought I could talk a little bit. I do who I've played for over the years. So first of all, I play bass in a metal band. They are a UK deathcore band, sort of on a bit of a hiatus at the moment, but playing bass for them was the first thing I really did that propelled me into this. Before joining that band, I wasn't a bass player at all. Hadn't picked up a bass, hadn't played bass in a band, so it was an entirely new experience. And from playing in that band, I went on to play with a guitarist and French metal band Uneven Structure as well, who I play live for sometimes, who are very, very, very sweet guys. But that is a little bit about me. Through playing bass, through necessity, bands and projects and do these kind of things, I had to carve out, not necessarily a niche, because it's I guess a lot of bass players, particularly in the modern metal scene, do this nowadays, but they will incorporate double thumb technique and slap technique. And I just wanted to show you a couple of principles about this technique, because it is very interesting and can open your bass playing up to a world, all different levels of dynamic and stuff. It's very tricky to get hold of, but when you do, it's like I say, it's very, very fun. A pick in metal, but I kind of do sometimes. Now, if you're a producer or a mix engineer, a recording engineer, whatever it is, you'll know that if you record rock and bass playing with a pick, you may think is sometimes an essential, because you get a much more consistent controlled dynamic out of the notes that your instrument produces when you use a pick, or rather you can, particularly for the metal sound, where everything, very produced, very consistently has a loud dynamic. But you can, I suppose, not replicate, but you can kind of imitate these similar dynamics through good fingerstyle technique, I found. I guess I better just get on and show you and stop waffling. But the thumping technique really does just come down to the use of your thumb, downwards. You do this quite a lot on guitar if you're a technical metal fan or anything like that. Guys like Tosin Abasi from Animals as Leaders, he's I guess a pioneer in using this particular technique, but I think people have been using it for many, many years, but it's just sort of become definitely more of a technical metal these days. So yeah, the main principle is you're kind of using your thumb in a downwards and upwards motion like that to produce notes. And you can kind of see that, if you would have a pick, playing your bass like that, and you can kind of recreate that with a similar amount of attack with your thumb. So you can produce two, even one swing of the hand, really. And when you've sort of learnt this first stage, you can then go on and incorporate your fingers. So you'll do you can do the down up. Let me actually pick a string to do this on. And then you can make a group of 3 by incorporating your index finger. 4, which is harder to do on bass than it is guitar, but not for Evan Brewer apparently. So you get groups of 4s and 4s. Now, I'm just going to bring up my screen here because I can turn sideways. There we go. And I can show you guys a little bit of what it looks like down here at the actual. So it would be something like. You see how the joints in my hand here are kind of straight, and I'm using this joint of my finger that when my thumb comes up from the second stroke, I can with it to produce extra notes. So it's very, very interesting. All very interesting stuff. Right, I've just seen chat and I've seen a couple of you come through. So Chris Fry says, "Hi Matt, I'm a bassist, keen to hear your advice. Good looking wood. I hope, yeah. Thank you very much. Very, very nice. It's good to know there are a couple of musicians that I'm going to be able to nerd out with. So, fingerstyle. We've gone over the basics of thump now. We kind of know this. Obviously, it's a lot of drilling and a lot of just like sitting there for hours being like just really trying to get it in the muscle memory, because it's a quite a difficult thing to do. But this is very cool, because if you're wanting to go particularly in a metal setting, let's say if you had a passage goes between picking and fingerstyle elements by using your thumb. So you could go from a passage that's perhaps like and then of course you've got this really heavy attack, and you've got the rest of your digits open for use, so you can be doing your down and ups. That kind of thing. So really it's all giving yourself more options, more voicings, and kind of making your life a little bit easier as well, especially if, as I say, you do want the sound of heavy attack, and your fingerstyle isn't quite, because that is quite a particular sound. Obviously, is the sound of a finger hitting a string. It certainly may not sound like it. I know, like how those two things did just sound very similar, but they do definitely produce different dynamics and an overall different sound. So let me just check my my order of things here. Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess that was a very brief covering of slap and thump style. Obviously, I'm saying it's good to incorporate these things when playing fingerstyle. Should I play fingerstyle bass when pick bass is just infinitely more consistent and aggressive? And I guess it again, this is something that depends on the genre of music that you play. But I certainly find that dynamic control and appropriately is something that's really important, particularly going between the different pickups. You can, obviously get a very laying up near the neck, and you can kind of control things a little bit more by playing further down towards the bridge. Travel up, start to add a bit more attack to my notes. They get much more aggressive toward and kind of get woollier and more defined, softer, even lower I get. So incorporating all of these things together really can, give you a nice, varied vocal. It's definitely an advanced instrument that you can do quite a lot with, as opposed to just, obviously you can play root notes. You can absolutely play root notes. That's still a valid expression of the bass guitar. But if you're trying to do something more, if you're playing music that calls for more elements to it, incorporating these things, can certainly expand your bass related horizons. There we go. So I suppose I'm going to open the floor up to any questions. Like I say, I'm going to get a bit of everything instantly. But while I wait for your questions to come in, I thought I might play a song. It could be quite fun. So I'm going to play Frost Tail from Uneven Structure. This is so I'm just going to grab this session up here, and hopefully you guys will be able to watch this, and it will be all good. And we won't encounter any technical hiccups whatsoever. We are going to be... Right, here we go. That's great. I'm just going to turn my mic off so we don't get all the room sound. we've got a couple questions coming up in chat from Lounge Bar Alton. And while I read those, I'm just going to drink a little bit of coffee. Microphone. Ooh. There, let's put that back on. That's a bit better, isn't it? Lovely. So I've got a couple questions in chat. I'm going to drink some coffee and read them. Having played that song, could you talk through the bass technique decisions you made in terms of playing some? So, I'd say, particularly with this music and this band, it actually varies from night to night which parts I decide to do fingerstyle, and it very much comes down to performance. Now, if you're a performing musician who plays quite technical music, you probably will have encountered this problem where, you know, you're very enthusiastic about what you're playing live, but you have to sacrifice a certain amount to kind of, I don't know, throw down, you know, to be energetic, to perform, to, you know, do your headbangs and your stage kicks and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes you'll be getting so into a performance that you're really flashy. But it's all about deciding what takes precedence. Like, as a unit, does that section of music as a band, is it more impactful if you're all there really giving it your all, or is this an appropriate moment to take a step back, be less energetic, and focus more on your technique, whatever it is you want to execute? So, yeah, I mean, there's some sections. So the I guess, what was the main section? So there was one section which is quite a breakdown on the triplet side of things, is there? That kind of thing. So when I heard that on the record first, because I didn't play records, but I listened to their music quite a bit, so I was quite familiar with the kind of rhythms and song structures that they use. But when I heard this section, obviously it was a picked section, and I heard it and I was like, I can adapt that for double thumb, and it will sound sick. You know, it was a conscious decision that I'd made when learning the material to be like, I really think that section on a bass I can absolutely use a pick and play that section like. You know, and it does have a sound to it. It definitely has a sound to it. It doesn't sound, you know, any worse or better. It just sounds different for sure. And I think if you are predominantly a guitar player, perhaps, who is the familiarity of being able to use a pick into those open notes there, with the kind of notes and the open notes, the being able to have a pick and palm mute on those dead notes, and, you know, let the open notes ring out a little bit more, it's very familiar, and it's very easy to control if you are a guitarist like that. You know, coming down for those palm mutes, it's very, very familiar. But as I said, that could be easily recreated. Obviously, with bass, you're on a longer instrument that is just generally more resonant and will be prone to having more, you know, vibrations, more kind of noise that you don't really want there. So for this kind of thing, I'd say left hand muting is a massive thing that you really just need to employ, especially when doing sections like this, because, you know, I can lift off open note, but when I'm thumping, thankfully, because of the nature of the technique, it will shorten the notes, make them quite dead anyway. But if I do that without, you know, putting my fingers on the fretboard, there's just so much like resonance of the other strings ringing out, clamp down and mute, it can produce the same kind of sound. So some may argue even more percussive, and I will, I'll talk about sort of once of this technique a little bit further down the line. But let me make sure I've answered all these questions before I move on. You guys are being brilliant and asking things, and I really like that. So yes, to answer that first question, I think it's all about the visualization of how I'm going to perform the song that will decide on what kind of technique I will use at the time, and change from night to night depending on how energetic I'm feeling, how much you want to give it on stage. If you really just feeling like you want to blow off some steam and headbang, so be it. Switch to fingerstyle, switch to... let me have a look at another question. So it would be interesting to know if there was a choice between A and B. Yeah, okay, that was... Yeah, I think I answered that. Yeah, I think so. With the double thumb technique, do you have any tips for the thumb upstroke? Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. And when I was learning this technique, this was absolutely the thing that got me the most in the beginning. The trickiest thing to get a hold of. When you can do a solid upstroke in between the downstroke and being able to use the rest of your fingers on the way up. So, when you can get a solid downstroke and a solid upstroke, then you will be able to incorporate the rest of your fingers. So it is very important to get the upstroke right. The most important thing would be the rigidity of the thumb. I suppose it's kind of where your thumb is use different areas of the instrument to actually pull off from. They for myself, it's the neck pickup. I try and get it on the angular part edge, and I will try and land the center of my thumb about there, just on that, and it kind of keeps my thumb at a nice height to the point that when I go through a string, I can push that one down and kind of come up. As you can see, when I come up, my thumb, obviously relatively loose until I need to come up, but it's that effort of quickly tensing your thumb and being able to bring it up. But I think it's this angle in particular. Don't worry if you can't go the full, crazy 90 degrees or whatever it is. You can do it with a thumb, and I think I actually do it with a flat thumb sometimes, depending on what kind of section I'm doing, what strings I have to go to. But certainly if you're just focusing on getting the attack from a single string, then the kind of tensed muscle, I suppose the best way to, because you have to have a right amount of tension to it. You can't over yourself, and you can't have it too loose to the point that you're going to get no attack. So I guess you ever try to do the kind of claw thing with your hand, where you try and point your fingers upwards, but you kind of curl your fingers inwards at the same time, if that makes sense. Yeah, I do a similar kind of thing, but do it with your thumb. Kind of push your thumb out. I guess I'm not sure if this is easier or more difficult for the double jointed community. But yeah, that's certainly the most important thing. So, just to recap that, is hand after your downstroke and being able to just kind of come up. So you can normally see this, my nails are quite short at the moment because I've just cut them. You can normally see on my nail there is a weight, because that's typically where my contact point is. So I normally pull off using the kind of right half of my thumb there. So I'll go down using this sort of kind of that strip of hard flesh that runs between your knuckle to the tip of your thumb. If it's not hard or not calloused rather, that is fine. You can working it through gently day after day to form up the right amount of calluses to do this, because it can be super brutal on your hands, particularly when you move into the territory of using your other fingers and playing just slap style in general. You are going to get a lot of blisters unless you are a carpenter. Any other really rough, heavy-handed job, you are going to get a lot of blisters from this. Okay, let me just have a look at the chat again real quick. For part writing from other styles of music other than metal. Yeah, I suppose. I'm not really. I say I'm not a metal guy. I am definitely a metal guy. I love metal music. I think it's brilliant. But I listen to a lot of different music. I'm more inspired and informed by the progressive side of things. I talk about progressive music in every aspect, from sort of the early British wave of progressive bands, progressive rock bands, people like Genesis and Yes, Rush, Geddy Lee. All of these kind of bands are a massive influence on me and my playing. I think because of the nature of the music, it's incredibly well arranged, and because it's so well arranged, supportive instruments like the bass guitar have to do a lot more music around it, if that makes sense. So I think I was kind of drawn to and have a natural affinity towards that style of music, because I think I just like things to be more technical than they need to be. Certainly, pop music as well. I absolutely love how bass is used in pop music in a more contemporary style. I think it's super interesting, especially sort of modern chant pop music. I hate using that word chant, but it is a good way to describe it, because you'll get everything. You'll get the electronic tracks with synthesized bass, and then you'll get more funk style tracks, rock and R&B tracks that use real bass, and it's very interesting to see how that instrument has kind of evolved to occupy this space. Let's say an orchestra, for example. Instruments within an orchestra were made and created and were given harmonic ranges to play with specific frequency bands. So, things like violins and violas will occupy the mid-range and the upper high range. In and out, horns, your trumpets. What else have you got in an orchestra? Harps. They all have very, very different voicings, very different places across this frequency spectrum. Of course, bass typically sits in the low. It's just quite a fascinating thing, because it's this supporting element to music. It's this foundation, particularly in a contemporary style. That is a really good question, but I am going to get back to that, because I've got something to talk about first, and another song to play before we do that. So I'm just going to head back to my notes. And yeah, thank you for all your questions coming in as well. It's really... So the next thing I'm going to talk about really is being adaptable in the industry, I suppose, and more so the importance in the deep end. Now this is quite a broad subject, and again, to the people who are in the chat, I'm not sure exactly who is watching, but whether you are looking at pursuing a career in the music industry and haven't yet started down, already working in the music industry, but perhaps what you're doing isn't, you're not exactly sure that it's what you want to be doing. Perhaps you feel that you want to change what it is you do. This might be for you. So obviously it goes without saying that it is a crazy time, as well as many other industries, and we're not really sure, at least more knowledgeable people on the subject like Ash, who just spoke before me, will probably have potentially some idea of how things are looking at the moment, but personally I'm not sure what the industry is going to look like when we emerge from but I guess this is a prime example at times like this of when people have, I think, take this very live stream, for instance, like had we been under normal circumstances, perhaps this talk may have been hosted in person. You guys may have been able to come to a physical venue, etc., mingle, network, whatever, hang out. But however, we've had to adapt to the situation by doing things over live stream, and you will have seen many bands do this over the last several months as well, taking that leap further into the online. No other way really to reach people at the moment, but that is by the by. We won't dwell on this subject too long, but I do think it's important to note that this is a prime example of when people are learning to adapt, and perhaps if you are trying to pursue something in particular, this is something that you should consider. Let me just check right here. Yeah, so, actually, but at the moment, people are thinking ahead and doing things like this. Obviously we do what we do for the love of it, so, it's all well and good talking about business. I don't really like talking about business because I try to keep the emphasis on the love of what I do. I find it very difficult to mix the love of my creative outlet, then comparing that to figures and statistics. I don't deal well doing that kind of thing. And I think saying that no pressure to go off on some new and crazy business venture. Don't start something absolutely next just for the sake of it. But I think what is important to take from this is that if an opportunity sort of presents itself that you're afraid of, apprehensive of, that you would, under normal circumstances, consider, maybe not, no, maybe like, it's a little bit too far out of my comfort zone. I think it's, really important to at least consider saying yes to some of these things, especially at the moment. So I'm reading my notes, which I'm not sure is considered professional, but it is what it is. So as I was saying, I don't really like talking about the industry. What I do as a creative, but naturally, if you are a music maker, you're going to want to get your music heard by people, and the only way to do that is to kind of experiment with ways of getting your music out there, and again, doing something new, trying something new, and learning to adapt to this current environment that we're in. And I guess a bit of context behind this is the fact that the bass guitar, is a guitarist. I've been playing guitar for 16 years, and I'm also a songwriter. And these are the things I do, I think, above anything but myself as, at least up until perhaps more recently, like days like today, for example, where I've been asked to do something as a bass player. And I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with being called a bass player. But it is certainly not my first instrument. I am not a classically trained, traditional bass player that can do all the funk and soul chops. So if you're a bass player in the audience who's gone to college or university university, there is a very high chance that you are perhaps more qualified than I am to be talking about these things. But I thought I'd give you, just expand a little bit on my background. I did mention earlier that I started playing bass in a band when I was 19. I played for a band called Nicosia, and through playing with this band, opportunities to go and play music, up and down the country, play shows for the first time with other bands, start talking to people, starting to get to know the music scene a little bit, and eventually through the UK tech metal scene, who are, a wonderful, big-hearted family of people who really care about what they do and are passionate about the music and the people that are involved in that scene. So, through getting to know these people, through playing with Nicosia, I was offered to audition to play for Chris Shyman, who is a guitar extraordinaire from the United States, and he's a very swell guy. But for me, playing in a smaller hometown-sized band to then playing with an international guy, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. And then so on and so forth. I played with Chris, also with a good friend of mine, a drummer, Arnaud Verrier, who is the drummer of Uneven Structure. And then through playing with Chris, I was invited to fill in for Uneven Structure playing bass on a tour. And it's still quite crazy to me today that I set out on my guitar player and I've done whatever it is that I've done within the music industry on an instrument that's not my first instrument. I wasn't, at least up until the last couple of years, the most confident or comfortable with this instrument. Obviously, I had a certain amount of guitar playing ability to back up the bass playing, but all this came from me saying yes to playing in a band just because I had a 5-string bass. I wasn't a bass player. I wasn't a 5-string bass player. I wasn't someone who could get up and instantly just play all the right notes and do all that kind of stuff. I had to work. I was really, really blessed and lucky enough to be offered that opportunity to sort of to grow and learn. So yeah, I guess that's just what I say when it comes to being adaptable. Why you should say yes to things, why you should throw yourself in the deep end, because you really don't know where it will take you. And I think that is the most exciting thing about all of this. Even at the moment, like it does seem, if you are wanting to get started on a career in the music industry, or you are indeed wanting to continue your career in the music industry, now is. But just be aware of these things. Don't be afraid to say yes. Is my main advice. So I'll leave the floor bass real quick. Actually, while I do that, I'm going to unplug so I don't destroy all of your ears. Oopsie daisy. I'm going to put that there. Alright, we're getting happy days. I'm actually going to steal the strap from this one. There we go. Oh, lovely. Right, we'll make sure we're in tune. So, I don't know, after that anecdote, I thought I'd play you a Shyman song, a Chris Shyman track. By the way, I'm not sure how the stream is doing for playing. If you guys are, I'm also streaming the actual playing of the songs on my Twitch channel. So you're more than welcome to head over to my Twitch channel, which is twitch.com/Sir_Baulius, Mallius. If you are having troubles with the stream and any kind of audio, you can YouTube for the fun stuff, the talking stuff. So, let me load up this song. This one's quite a long one, so that's why I suggested that, but I do hope you enjoy. And while I'm playing this, feel free to put your questions in the chat, and I'll answer some more questions when we're done. Okie dokie then. Here we go. Let's make sure we are in tune first, however. These strings are infinitely older than the ones on the other bass. Right, I'm going to mute the mic and we'll get playing this track. Damn those fade outs. Jeez. Yeah. Lovely stuff. So that was Stygian Path from Mr. Chris Shyman, which is still playing apparently. Why are you not stopping? Let's press the stop button. There we go. Lovely. Oh, okay, so we're just going to check the chat real quick, see if there's any questions after that. No, I think we're all... So, if you were encountering any audio issues in that, you can watch the Songs Twitch channel, which is totally fine. I'll put this down for now, and we will get on to our next subject when I finish drinking this delicious coffee. Oh, where are my notes? Okay, so I wanted to talk after that a little bit about bass in songwriting, because I think the bass playing in the Shyman material is actually the uneven structure material, mainly because it comes from a different area, I suppose. The players that Chris got on his record were dudes like Amos Williams from Tesseract and Chris Maresh from Intronaut. I'm not sure. Chris Maresh, who's a brilliant bass player, who I can't remember who he plays for. Awful. They are more traditional bass players. They definitely play styles which come from a more fundamental area of the bass language, whereas what I tried to do with the uneven structure material was adapt picking parts to fingerstyle parts, like as I was speaking about previously. So it's certainly a different aspect, and for that reason I definitely needed to my tone and kind of focus on playing bass more as how it's played in a traditional context. Within that kind of, in heavier styles, I think you can afford to be a bit more experimental, do stuff that's a little bit more outside the box. With this, it just needed that tight drum and bass groove. So it was a really interesting aspect. I'm just going to answer that real quick. Interesting. Would you be able to advise on your bass setup in general and how you assess the components of that for home versus touring? Yes, I can. I've used a myriad of different setups and rigs over the years, so I can definitely give some pointers on what is best to record with versus tour with, and what kind of options you have as a bass player, as well as, you know, multi-instrumental towards people who play more than just one instrument. I think, let me just see how are we for time. We're pretty good. So we've got a 2-hour slot here, so we have about an hour to go. So I'm gonna answer this question, say a little bit more about bass within songwriting and arrangement, and then we'll do another song, do some questions, and then I think we'll wrap things up. So obviously, as I was explaining before, bass traditionally occupies the low end of music. Contemporary setting, it can be very, very versatile. I guess your fundamental things to focus on with bass is the rhythm and the melody, because you know, as someone who occupies the low end, you can choose to accentuate the rhythm of a drummer or percussionist or any kind of percussive rhythm that is going on within an arrangement. You can choose to highlight and accentuate that, supporting other instruments, if that makes sense. So I suppose a good example would be, let's grab a bass. If you just had like a 4 to the floor drum groove, like a dum, it's more of a swing. So okay, so do ga do ga. You got your 4 to the floor. You can, you know, with a bass, you can kind of, as a principle, are hitting, and I'd say more so well, I guess in every genre, it's good for a kick drum of a drum kit and a bass guitar to be locking. When it comes to breakdowns and syncopated rhythms, it's very good for the guitar, bass, and drums all to be locking in on particular rhythm. But of course, you can deviate from this, and that's kind of the good thing about being a bass player, is that you can, and if you choose to, it comes across as, or can come across, infinitely more flavorful. As a, I don't know, as opposed to let me just think of a good example real quick to the whole drum kit thing. If you had, you know, a drum groove that was just a 4 to the floor, like a doom, yeah, doom, doom, yeah, something like that, you know, your bass line could be like, plug in and turn my bass on. That would be advisable. So you could do focus on and it all depends on, I guess, the dynamics of the piece you're playing. Because if you're playing just a groove that's like got no other instruments, bass and drums within this arrangement that you're playing, you are going to want to exercise some lower dynamics, perhaps. So maybe moving back towards the bridge, and you're going to want to focus on your note frequency as well. So if there's not a lot of harmonic information in your arrangement, you aren't necessarily going to, if we've just got a drum groove going on, you're not going to want to be like you know, it's not like, you're not going to overplay. You know, if there's a simple drum beat or drum groove, you're going to be like, and you know, the more the texture builds, the more you can decide what instruments to pull the harmonic information from. So say you have a strings line that's going over the top of a guitar riff. Now, typically as a bass player, you've been locking in with your guitars and you've been playing this riff solidly, and all of a sudden you've got a different comes in. You can really choose to highlight that, and you can break away. And because you're occupying the low frequencies, it's like you're there, but you're not there. So when you shift or do a counterpoint or reharmonize something, people will hear it. It's happened. And I think that is fundamentally the coolest part about the instrument, is the fact that you can break away from for a bit more flavor. Again, like I said, this is an absolutely massive subject, and it is quite difficult to really cover everything with this. But I guess that's a little bit of an insight. Is just if I have any advice for someone who's right to make better bass parts, it's just listen to everything. You know, decide what you want to extrapolate your rhythmic information from, and then decide at what part information from. Like I said, in metal, if you are following a guitar riff, and all of a sudden, you know, another arrangement element comes in, be it a synth or a drum fill, you can choose to accentuate that. And, you know, say particularly if there's quite a musical drum fill with toms and stuff, when you've just been following the guitar rhythm and the guitar's just playing some big chords or something, you can be like a so many you know, I'll particularly show you guys, but I think you can kind of see where I'm going with this. I do hope. But yes, I'm going to leave the subject open to any more questions. So if you do have some really specific questions about writing bass for contemporary music, any music, like I said, bass player, there's a high chance you're more qualified than I am to be talking about this. However, I like to think certain ways about writing parts, about approaching bass, and doing all this stuff. So this isn't to teach you the right way or to say that this is absolutely the way you must do things, but to perhaps give you a bit of context and direction if this is something you want to give a go. Yeah, those are absolutely some tips. So let me go back to the old notes. And yeah, I guess when it comes back to metal, this is another reason why stuff like the thumping, the slap techniques, why they are really good to accentuate this genre, because it's so much attack, so much punch, so much high dynamic range in this style of music, that having a technique that is just like super percussive really can add an interesting thing, an interesting element. Yeah, it's certainly easier to show you than to talk about it. So in a minute, I'm going to play one of my unreleased songs. It's just a demo at the moment, but I very much like to show you, because this is perhaps the best way that I have decided to incorporate my bass playing into my own songs, into my own compositions, and how I have gone about writing these bass parts. Let me make sure I've just covered everything. I think we're pretty good there. So I'm going to play a song, and then I'm going to come back to this question on a bit of nerdy stuff after this song, and then we'll do some final questions, and I think we'll think about wrapping things up. Once again, if you are having any issues with audio, particularly just the song audio, I know it's quite difficult at the moment for me to get this over to you guys, but these songs are streaming live on Twitch, so please jump over to my Twitch account. If you are having troubles with YouTube, you can watch the songs without any interruption. This next song is called Contact. I'm going to tune down. This song is in drop F sharp, which is always fun. It's got an F sharp and a C sharp, and then half step tuning beyond that. There we go. I need to steal my strap back from the other bass. This is the problem when you only have one bass, or one bass strap, as I currently do. It's a terrible, terrible situation to be in. Lovely. Contact. Alright, so that was a new song. I hope you enjoyed that. Let me take this off. And we're going to do a few more bits. And then we're going to call it a day. Lovely. Smell that little ambient outro. Lovely. Okay, so we were going to talk a little tech, were we not? Love that song. Thank you very much, Chris Fry. That's really nice. Thank you. And getting it out to all of you people. That would be lovely. For anyone here, the performance is much clearer on the Twitch. Thank you very much, Danny, for putting the actual Twitch in the chat. That's awesome of you. Bloody legend. Okay, so the Lounge Bar asked just before that song, advise on your bass setup, assess the components of that for home versus touring. Now these are certainly very different things, the home and the touring for sure. I'd say when I'm home, I'm recording bass for my own demos, my own music, and therefore I use significant. I don't have a massive bass amp or a massive bass pedal board, all of this kind of stuff. I'm very much a plug-in and play kind of my bass processing within my DAW. So it will be a lot of, and that's typically because within metal music production, the bass guitar needs a lot of processing to make it sit right with the other instruments, and it does have a specific sound and frequencies, characteristics it needs to have. And I think the best way to maintain control over that, unless you have very, very expensive equipment and have carved out your own sound, and you have state-of-the-art microphones and soundproof rooms, unless all of those conditions are met, I wouldn't necessarily recommend using huge bass rigs and lots of equipment at home. I think it's very easy to get your hands on some form of bass equipment. Like, there are so many amp manufacturers out there who have software for simulating the sound of bass amps and cabs and microphones, and the technology is getting incredible. So there is no need necessarily to go spending hella money on a massive expensive bass rig. But what I would say is important is to have a nice bit of wood with fresh strings, please. Fresh strings are so essential to get the bass sound that I think if you're a bass, particularly within this genre, fresh strings are like 50% of the sound. And you can hear that on any bass that you use, more so than guitar, because they're simply bigger. It's higher output, so more of the sound is going to depend on how clean and new and brand spanky your strings sound. So with that being said, live is a very different story, because I guess I have a certain amount of criteria to fill for me when it comes to picking equipment for a tour or for a show or for any kind of live thing. And those requirements are normally, can the band I'm playing with or for get their hands on bass equipment for me? Any companies that they work with, that they can get their hands on some equipment, so wherever we're going, we can get to the venue and there is equipment already there. If that's not a possibility, if you can't use in-house stuff, or there's no backline company or anything like that, I'll travel as light as possible, particularly if a band is paying you to do a show. I find it's best to make life easiest for those people that are actually flying you out and trying to get you to do the thing. So traveling light, using a portable rig that gets the sound that you would like, but isn't going to cost an absolutely ridiculous fortune on luggage. You know, flying with something that's just crazy to fly, like an extra 3 flight cases of amps and cabs. No, that would be crazy. So I guess I can be a little bit more specific with the equipment that I use. I'm going to get some of it now, actually. Excuse me. Okay. It's going to bring across a couple of articles. I'm really sorry. There's some knocking going on outside. Someone's hammering something, and it's making a terrible racket. So, first of all, this is something I use quite frequently, is the Line 6 Stomp. Now, it's the same preamp and amp modelling technology as they have in their full-size Helix floorboards. You've probably seen those. Whereas to travel with a full-size floorboard of any description, especially if you have, if you have to fly or travel, you've got, let's say, for example, all of your instruments in it, or, it doesn't even necessarily have to be flights. I know I'm talking specifically about flights here, but that's just what I so happen to have had to deal with, is finding equipment that's suitable for flying. But this is certainly indeed if you're just travelling in a car, more so, in fact, if you're travelling in a car with musicians to play shows or do anything like that, you are going to have limited space. And if a lot of that space is taken up by the people or the drum kit or the other instruments, it's good to not have to factor in ridiculously large bass and guitar rigs as well. So something like this that I just dropped on the floor, something like this is fantastic, and that's actually part of the product demonstration, in which I drop it on the floor just to show you exactly how damage proof this thing is and why it's an essential buy for being on the road. It's your basic thing, it comes with a split, like a channel split, so processing bass, particularly metal bass, where I think the technique is to split your signal off, have a kind of clean amp sound on one side, and then generate a grittier, more distorted sound on the other channel. A load of effects. You can add your compression and EQ to this kind of thing. So, it does everything, and there is a high chance that your front of house guy is going for the processing of your bass as well. Sometimes you will work with sound engineers who will even just ask you for your straight DI. I think they're the funniest instances when you're at a show and you see a musician get up on stage and they've, particularly a bass player, if they've got a lot of bass equipment, unnecessary stuff perhaps, let's say if they've got an enormous pedal board where only 2 of the pedals are actual functioning stuff, or the opposite to that, let's say if a guy's got a very specific bass sound, but a sound engineer can always say, like, no, I just need your DI, mate. It's not an issue. I find it quite funny when you go out of the way to do these kind of things, whereas in fact, your sound engineer was prepared to do it all along. So, interesting thing. But I think if you are, more often than not, if you have spent time crafting a sound and you are particular about that sound, then there's no reason that you shouldn't use that sound, and a sound engineer should absolutely adapt to you within reason if there's a certain way that you want your instrument. So yeah, this is just one example of something I would use on the road. It's perfectly acceptable to use at home. I actually do use it for reamping at home. I will record dry guitar DI sound interface to go into this live set a guitar tone, feed it back into my DAW and re-record a dry DI signal, and also have like an amp signal as well. I did say we were going to get a little bit nerdy, so this is certainly that point. But I left it all to... There we are. But yes, good bit of kit. Also, I have a couple of pedals here from Dark Glass Electronics as well. These are fantastic pedals. They are definitely more bespoke. There is a compressor and a distortion pedal. You see the little blue stickers of settings from previous tours that I no longer use. They're definitely more bespoke equipment. Oh, I think we've got an Apple software update I've just seen has popped up. That's going to be very delayed. So yeah, they're just examples of more bespoke bass equipment that I would use. And again, a lot of this stuff is applicable instances. You know, you will have your rig, which is interchangeable. It can be something that exists in a live setting, and it can also be something that utilizes at home. You utilize at home, but I do genuinely find that it is make things as uncomplicated as they can be, because things can always go wrong, as we have proven with technology time and time again. Things will always go wrong, things do go wrong, and you need to make sure that if you're in a time crunch situation and you have a technical issue, you can identify that issue as quick as possible, particularly when you're midway through a set and you're in a very time critical scenario. So yeah, that's my philosophy behind equipment. It's just don't overcomplicate it, particularly when it comes to bass, is because it simply does not need the overcomplication at all. It just needs, your own sound, do your own thing with whatever equipment you deem fit. But if you are quite a cut and dry guy, let's say, for example, you have a metal gig, surprise, surprise, you would potentially only for that gig need one bass and one pedal. And that is the kind of joys of it, really. Obviously, you've got the more experimental guys out here that are doing... Sorry, I've seen this come up on chat. You'll be Apple products later. I am so glad about that. I wish you good Apple updating. Where was I? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, guys. If I'm honest, that's definitely my philosophy behind setups. What else have we covered? We've covered a little bit about advanced bass technique, which I'm happy to go over more. I know it was such a relatively short space of time. I've played songs, I've covered a lot of stuff, but particularly when it comes to the technique stuff, please do feel free to message me on social media. If you need any help, let's say even for example deciding on some gear, if you want pointers on equipment to buy, or you want pointers on technique, if you want to go over more thumb and the slap and all that kind of stuff, or if you have music that you're desperately trying to write a bass part for but you just can't seem to, then I would be more than willing to help. So please do reach out, contact me. And I think that's pretty much that. There was something else I wanted to cover, but I can't see it right now. To wrap up, when it comes to the being adaptable in the industry, like I was talking about before with the whole spiel about saying yes to things and throwing yourself in the deep end, I think it's important to remember that, people do want to help you. People do want to see you succeed. If you are passionate about what you do and you're, a nice person, someone with, like I said, if you're passionate about what you do, you will naturally find the right people. And for me, these people were the people in the UK music scene. the majority of people I've met through particularly the tech metal scene have just been fantastic people. And I think obviously at the end of the day it is an industry, it is a business, and you should keep your wits about you when making decisions or trusting people. Like I've definitely had a few run-ins with people who didn't have my best interests at heart, and that's totally fine because you can do that. But as a whole, when it comes to throwing yourself in the deep end, really just remember that there are people out there to help you. People do want to see you succeed, and people are just as passionate about you, and it's all about finding those people. So it looks like there's one more question. Further questions? Elaborate on where people can find you for lessons in general and in what capacity. So I do lessons. It's very relaxed. I take people on a kind of one-to-one basis. It's not some yes, I'm absolutely have been and am open to teaching. So you can find me on Facebook, Matt Ball Musician, or feel free to message me on my personal Facebook, Matt Ball, as well. I know there's not that many of you on here, so yes, absolutely feel free to contact me personally. Or you can grab me on Instagram, if that's your kind of thing. Actually can't remember my Instagram handle. So, and tell you, what is it? What's his Instagram? That's it. It's Matt Ball Music. Surprise, surprise. All one word, lowercase. Matt Ball Music. So yes, if you do need any help with anything, please contact me. If you want lessons, please contact me. Check out my bands, or the bands that I play for, the people whose music I played for you today. I have my own music as well, so by all means go and check that out, and there should be some more of that coming out next year, featuring some lovely people who are good industry do. Yes, this has been really fun. I hope you've learnt something. I hope some of what I said made sense. And yes, like I said, if there's anything else you want to ask, please feel free. So I'll stick around for a sec, but I think we should bring this to a close now. So I'll wait for the stream to go off. But yeah.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Adrienne, and I've been asked to speak to you guys about my experience doing volunteering work at large events. Hope you're all well and enjoying your Saturday. Your weekend as much as you can, given the interesting times we're living in. I just wanted to cover a few things, and I'm just going to start by telling you a little bit about myself. I've been volunteering at all sorts of events for roughly half my life now. It started with just local environmental NGOs that were focused on making sure people knew how to take care of the environment better. And then the volunteer coordinator from there mentioned an opportunity to basically do the same thing at a large music festival nearby. It was the now defunct rock festival Stoofstock. And that kind of started the entire passion for this, because I realized quite quickly that I really enjoyed being one of the cogs in the big machine that makes big events happen. And it went from music to Comic-Cons, which were immense events, and gave me an opportunity to do a wide range of things. And then I also dipped my toe for a few years into esports, and then I decided to go back to my first love, to music. So the thing about these sort of events that a lot of people don't realize is that in many cases you already have the skills necessary to volunteer, and also that once you have done a bit of work in this, you would of course get the opportunity to maybe move into a different type of event, because you build a lot of transferable skills. So for me, for example, with Comic-Con, with my work as Comic-Con crew, I had a lot of tasks to do there. I was part of a group that would show up early and help with setup, with the actual building of the different areas. We also had various tasks throughout the actual event, and then also helped with pack down. And during the actual event, I've done everything from assisting into the ticketing office to making sure that essentially people were getting from A to B in a quick and efficient way, which when you're a quite recognizable TV star, it can be a bit problematic because everybody wants to stop you, and you do have to be a bit that bad guy that makes sure that things keep progressing according to plan. Also run various areas of my own. It was something like essentially computer games and tournaments, and I've also dealt with managing the signing area, so the place where there'd be perhaps a TV or comic book star, and people would want to speak to them a little bit and get their autograph, and they would also have a lot of things scheduled, so I was the person that had to keep track of everything and make sure that the person does get to all their scheduled things. With esports, it was on what is called tournament admin, so I was checking that teams were there, that they knew their schedule. I was making the brackets to ensure that the games were balanced. I was also having to be in quite good connection with the people that were running the stage, because the finals of each tournament were scheduled to be on stage and broadcasted via Twitch and such. and also dealing with any sort of issues that popped up, be it technical issues that needed to be sorted. So I was the go-to person. And then also in music, what happened is a couple of years ago, I had the chance to follow one of my favorite bands on tour, and to build quite a lot of good relationships with their crew and such. They got to know me a little bit. I got to know a bit about what they do. And that's when I decided to move to London, start doing music business as a degree, and try to get as much experience as possible. So what I did was I looked into local events, local festivals that I knew I would like to attend, and I said I want to be part of that. And I looked for them advertising opportunities, and I also just reached out to see if essentially my skill set and my past experience could be of use to them. So, and then once I got to work at one, obviously you build connections, you get feedback, and that kind of usually translates into people recommending you to another person that might also need volunteer for their events. So it was a bit of a I'd say I'm coming full circle because obviously started with music and back to music with a little bit of a detour. And I think that the most important thing when people want to gain experience in this is to essentially put yourself out there. So there are places, there are festivals that are actively looking for volunteers. They often need to get a lot more volunteers than they initially suspect, because people would sometimes maybe drop out in the months leading to the festival. Maybe their plans change, they can't attend anymore. Maybe they need to ensure they have a specific number and want to take all the necessary precautions. So there would usually be on their websites, a lot of them would have volunteering options, and you can apply. Also, if you have a friend or family that has volunteered at an event, they usually have maybe built a relationship. So when you apply, if there's such a section for that, you might be able to say you've been referred by such and such, and if the organizers know that that person was good at their job and reliable in the previous year, then you would definitely have a better chance at making the list. And for this purpose overall, for finding a place to volunteer at, I think one of the important things is to first of all figure out what sort of skills you might already have, because a lot of us don't realize that we might have already done similar things. Like if you've done something related to customer services or admin, you already have that sort of the patience to maybe be asked the same thing again and again by multiple people, or the idea of, if you don't know what you do, you know to refer that to a supervisor and ask. So if you've already done certain things, you would already have the skills, and it's always a good thing to have something like an elevator pitch sorted, where you know what skills you have, you figure out what skills they could use, and you basically contact them and put yourself through by saying, "Hi, my name is such and such. I've experience in this, this, and this. I was wondering if you might be looking for volunteers for your upcoming event." And they might tell you that they're all that they've already decided they're volunteers, especially if it's a bigger event and you're just contacting them maybe a month before it. But they might still want you to maybe send them an email or a CV or an application, and they might consider you for next year, send you an email when they're looking for volunteers next year. So figuring out what your skills are and reaching out to the places where you would like to volunteer is definitely a very good idea. And I think one of the most important things is to figure out what you would want to get out of that. What is your end goal? I mean, there might be people that want to get in a specific part of events, and you might be able to try to find out exactly who does that in an event and see if there's any chance that they might allow you to shadow them. Or if that's not a thing, then they might be willing to have a little chat with you to give you an idea of where to start and how they started. So it's not necessarily the sort of thing that you do and that's it, done. You could use this to get essentially a lot of at least knowledge on what you should do to reach where you want to be. So that's definitely something worth keeping in mind. When I was working at Comic Cons, for example, I did see quite a lot of people that were not really interested in doing it again, and perhaps working towards building a career in it, and that's absolutely fine as long as you're of course putting the correct work into it. There were cases in which people wanted to volunteer for that one day where their celebrity was attending the event, and they were able to do so. However, one thing I would caution though, and that's probably the first thing that anybody should think of, is if you want to be able to do this again and again, if you like the idea of working at events, if you do come across somebody that you very much admire, try to remember that first and foremost, they're a person. They do not know you. You might know their music, you might have followed their lives, their careers, everything, but to them, you are a stranger. And I've seen quite a lot of people that went quite excessively a bit more towards the fangirl area of things, and it genuinely made them uncomfortable. And I think when you're a volunteer, you are at work. It might not be the sort of work that you're paid for, but you are still at work. So while obviously being polite and professional and nice to people that's the bare minimum, in many cases you won't be stopped if you do approach them, especially the way it was at Comic Con, right, where they were sitting at the table, and if they didn't have a queue, obviously crew were more than welcome to come and say, hi, I admire your work, can I get something signed, sort of thing. But you do have to put first and foremost the idea of you are there to work, and if you do want to, oops, sorry, cat is scratching my chair. The thing is, if you do want to work again at these sort of events, as most people I would imagine would, it would be very good to make a good impression, and for that it would be important to be there early if possible. If an event starts on this day and they tell you volunteers are needed from this day onwards, if it is within your means to come a bit early and see if you can help with anything, it might help. And that might be appreciated. Obviously, do make sure that you communicate with the volunteers coordinator and discuss everything. That's actually one of the big things. Communication is extremely important. You need to ensure that you understand what you're supposed to be doing, that you have a way to contact somebody if something goes wrong, that you know what there is to be done in case of an emergency. Usually they will brief volunteers, and especially in bigger venues, they will tell the volunteers what each code means and what how they should act if they hear that code over the tannoy. That can be quite important. And also, if you ever need to leave your spot, your role, because let's face it, sometimes we all need a bathroom break. The important thing is to ensure that you don't just leave that spot, that you communicate and ensure that maybe somebody is sent to replace you, or to just cover your spot essentially for a little while, or at least aware of where you disappeared and why. If you already do have a colleague, usually people are assigned to various tasks in pairs. I would personally both discuss it with my colleague as well as the message to the person that's in charge with all of us. Usually whoever's volunteer coordinator would provide their details, and they would know exactly who their little their team is in all points of view and where everybody's supposed to be. So that's always a good thing, to ensure that people know where you are or why you're not at your station. I think another thing that's quite important once you're there at the actual event is to be prepared, because you might find yourself in a situation where various things might come in handy. I am quite bad for it. Throughout the years, I added more and more and more and more to my kit. So I will always have basically anything that I could think of that I might need, or that the guests that I'm minding, or the artists that I'm being the artist liaison for, are making sure that they might have everything as well. So I think at Radar I had various cables to go from USB to any sort of phone. I had, in case anybody forgot their cables to charge, I had I always have hand gel on me. It's a remainder from the days of Comic-Con, but I always have it on me, and obviously after this epidemic is gone, I can still see a lot of people still having it with them. It's not a bad practice to always have it with you. And I had anything from paper to Sharpies to tape to basically anything that you can think of that might come in handy. It's always good to have, because you never know who might need it. It might be yourself, it might be somebody else, but it might make a big difference if you happen to have it on you. So there might be things that pop up. So being a bit creative and having a bit of a penchant for problem solving is always welcome, because there might always be little issues that pop up. But I would also advise that if you're not really sure what you're doing, there's no harm in that. There's no harm in saying, I will get somebody to fix this for you, just give me a minute, or I will ask and I will find this out for you, instead of promising and not being able to deliver by just saying, I'll do that for you. That does not go well, because if say somebody was asking for something that is above and beyond what their contract states, if you commit that you're going to get that done, then you're not able to provide that, then you might end up with people being upset and confused or making complaints or that sort of thing. So it's always best to adopt the idea that essentially, somebody explained it to me once, and I really love this way of putting it, to look calm as a swan. And people might not know that you're furiously beating your little legs underneath the water to get everything sorted. So look calm and find out what can be done, find out what should be done, find out obviously what your team leaders and management want you to do in that situation, because they might have a solution of your own, and if you're not sure what you're doing and say the wrong thing, that could cause obviously a lot of trouble. And also, I think another really good piece of advice for a lot of people would be to ensure that they are comfy, because there have been quite a lot of occasions for me that I've noticed at previous events where a lot of volunteers came in quite difficult clothing in which to be or to bend in if they had to like do any sort of work or setting things up or whatever. So always good to be comfy, ideally no heels, because you don't know how much you might be standing. Obviously still be yourself. I mean, the war paints are always on as far as I'm concerned, and that can actually help, because at the beginning, when you're new to an event, especially people already know each other, or maybe they've worked together before, they're all going to know each other, or there might be cases which nobody knows anybody, and it's never a problem to admit, hey, sorry, I forgot your name. People won't feel bad about it. They won't look at you funny or make you feel bad about it. We all make that mistake. It's a lot of information to take in at once at times, and sometimes you might find that people remember you even though they don't remember your name. I do remember a full esports event weekend where people seemed to not remember my name at all, but I definitely knew that Sparkly Lipstick Girl definitely was me. So that's a thing that can happen. And I think one of the also important things to do while you're at events is to, like I said, you'll meet people, you'll network, you'll find out what everybody's doing, what perhaps might even find out what they're looking to do, and building these connections is something that can be quite good for you overall, because maybe you hear of another event that's also looking for volunteers. Maybe somebody's doing a course or something that you were interested in doing. You can find a lot of people that might have the same sort of career goals as you, or that have already achieved those career goals, and they might be able to tell you a lot about, to give you a lot of advice. So it's always helpful to do that. And also, if you meet people that you think, okay, this is where I'd like to be in about 5 years' time, it never hurts to build that connection, to see if they have any maybe shadowing opportunities or anything of the sort. It can be something that would help. And another thing that I would also advise is, even though you might be stationed to do one thing, might get to the point where things are maybe a bit quiet, or maybe you see something that looks like they might need another hand, and it never hurts to ask, hey, can I help you with that? Because that just is you showing that you're flexible, you're willing to do work, you're willing to help, and you're basically the sort of person that they can then assign to a different task, and it's kind of how you then learn to do other things, and learn even more about the event and how it runs and history. And I think another important thing to do is to ensure that you're very much aware of what's going on around you. The idea of reading the room is something that is very important at times. I'm not necessarily saying you need to be very quiet or copy the behaviors you see or anything of that sort. It's just to pay attention to how things are going on around you, and see if there's a specific way in which things are done, and that might be something that essentially you might need to fall in line with if needed. So for example, I remember an occasion when I was at a Comic-Con, and we had a few guests from a popular TV series that had traveled all the way from LA the previous night, and they were absolutely knackered, and it was quite obvious to see that they were very polite and very friendly, and every time somebody approached them, they would quite visibly put a mask of energy on and be very friendly and very open and energetic. But if the queues died out and they were with their handler again, with the volunteer that would be taking care of them for that weekend, it was quite obvious to see that they were very tired and they just wanted a cup of coffee and to essentially not chit chat a lot. And it was very helpful when people picked up on those little things and didn't pester them, because that just makes them more comfortable and able to do their job there as well. And you as the volunteer might get good feedback for that as well, because they realize that, when they kind of realize when you know them. They realize if you know who they are or watch their series just by how you talk to them and everything. But they do appreciate it when you keep it professional and keep it in a way that you're not adding to the load. You are there to help make things smoother for everybody. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. But there's I think one of the few things I've not covered relates to ensuring that you keep track of everything that you've done. I have a notebook, an actual physical notebook, somewhere. Well, I know exactly where it is, but I forgot to unpack it for today. And basically in it, I'd mentioned my entire little history of the various events that I've worked at and the sort of tasks I did at all of them. That is because I find it very helpful to keep track of the things that you've done and to reflect once you're home from an event, to reflect on what sort of skills you developed and or maybe got from doing that event, from working at that event that you didn't have before. And that very much helps because a lot of these skills are transferable. They might help you at your work, they might help you in volunteering at other events, they might help you if you want to learn more about whatever industry it was you volunteered for. So that's definitely a thing. We often gain skills without realizing that we've gained them. It's just something that we do, and then when you see a list of skills in a job ad, you might not realize that you've done all of those things. So it's always good to reflect on everything that you've done and try to figure out what you've learned and maybe which of those skills you want to further develop and how. Another really good point, I believe, is to try to keep in touch with whoever was your volunteer coordinator, or even just the other people that you've worked with, but ideally people from within the organization that you volunteered for. Try to keep in touch, try to find out they might have feedback for you, and mind this might be both positive and constructive, and really take it to heart, because it's always helpful to see how others perceive us and what they perceive our strengths to be and what they perceive our areas of improvement to be, because working on those things and even just wanting to know what a person's opinion of you is can help you grow as a person. And it also means that it definitely puts you in a good light with the people that you worked with, because it definitely sends the message of, okay, such and such maybe was a bit green, they didn't really know what they were doing, and maybe they made some mistakes, but look, they've wanted feedback, they wanted to know what they could do better, they're interested in doing this next year as well. So it's sending a really good message about yourself as well. Some of these things you might do naturally. They might just be something that you do. Some of these might be learned behaviors. I frankly didn't realize I was doing some of them until I had essentially a lecture on volunteering at events during my course, and it was quite interesting to see it from the other perspective of the person that's actively looking for volunteers and what they like to see in volunteers, what they don't like to see in them, and the sort of traits that would cause them to call that person back for the next year, even though they may have made a mistake or two. Mistakes aren't the end of the world. We all make them. Ideally, we should try not to. We should try to first ask if we're not sure of something, but sometimes they do happen. But the important thing is to take away from them, to learn and to show that willingness to learn and to do better next time. That's definitely something that's really appreciated. And there's I think that's more or less covers what I was going to speak to you guys about. I do see a question, and so about trying a few different roles within events before settling. Well, I think it depends on the person. If you're somebody that you definitely know you want to do this and only this, then that's perfectly acceptable to only try to get roles within that. However, I am a bit of a generalist. I like to be the sort of person that likes to dip their toes in quite a lot of things at once. I have to have a finger in each pie, I think the saying was. And I really enjoyed, for example, the opportunity I had at Comic-Cons because initially I helped run one of the free-to-play events. So that was a part of the Comic-Con where they had computers which were set up to play a specific game, and people could just sit down and just play. It was 5 versus 5, and it would be a case of just having friendly matches between people, and as the person working in that area, I both had to tell people what's going on there and also encourage them to play, also help them with any technical issues they might have. And also, if somebody had not played the game before, there were a few of us that would slightly backseat drive. We would try to kind of coach the person a bit into telling them, what that game's all about, and just making sure they still have a nice time. I remember an occasion in which a 6-year-old wanted to try the game, and his parents approved, so obviously we allowed him. And the game was for a slightly higher age. It was just little heroes and stuff. It wasn't anything gory or anything nasty. And then I made sure to go to the other side and tell everybody, hey, look, there's somebody brand new on the side. Could you let them have some fun as well and just not kill them again and again? And they were lovely and did that. So it's also about talking to people and making sure everybody had fun. Afterwards, we started doing actual tournaments for that. So there was the added element of telling people, hey, look, there's a tournament, there's that prize over there. You can sign up and you can be here at this time, and tournament starts at this time, and so on. So there was the added element of admin, of actual running a tournament, learning how brackets are done, learning how to operate with the software for that. And then it was also the idea of I was then moved, like I said, to the talent management area, and I've also done some time in the ticketing area where you had to check and make sure everybody had the correct bracelets for that day or for the weekend, depending on what they'd bought, and that essentially they weren't trying to sneak in anything that wasn't safe. There were a lot of various different roles that gave me a lot of depth into the idea of what goes into every event and what goes into essentially ensuring from every step of the way that the event not just happens, but it obviously happens safely. Because, for example, there'd be a lot of people that would try to, they'd have a beautiful costume and they'd have a actual metal sword. Not sharp, mind you, but it was still a sword, and they would try to sneak that into the event, and that was not permitted. So there were various little steps to ensure the game not just happens, but it runs in a way that is both safe and fun for everybody. So for me, that was a good thing to learn more about the various areas, because I do have that sort of curiosity and want to know a bit about everything and understand everything. However, I can understand that for some people, if they know exactly what they want to do and that is a very sort of niche part of it, then absolutely I completely understand that they might want to focus on that specific task. And that might mean they might have zero interest in learning about anything else, and that's completely fine. I also see another question about what's been my favorite event. That's a tricky one, because, like I said, because I'm a generalist and I do enjoy having the opportunity to do different roles. So there have been events that I've loved because I was doing something new, something completely new. Like when I got to be the sole admin of a tournament for the Overwatch game at a massive LAN festival. And that was both scary because there's a lot of people that are relying on you to do well, and you are the only person that can ensure that that specific tournament runs well. If something goes wrong, it is on you. So that was quite nerve-wracking, but really good from that end. It was a fantastic challenge. And I also loved the idea of once again being artist liaison, but this time for music, especially because I had the opportunity at Radar to be right next to one of the stages, so I would make sure that everybody is okay. If you need anything, okay, good, and then I just make like 5 steps to the other way and watch a little bit, and then maybe come back after 5 minutes again. And I think some of them got a bit, well, not worried, but they were definitely happy with the idea that I was not abandoning them, but also really wanting to see the event, especially because obviously all of them were going to go on as well. So that's definitely something. I think that's the most important thing, though, to take enjoyment from all things as much as you can. My best approach for a situation in which I was not enjoying the role at all. Well, that did happen. Because while I'm grateful for the opportunity of obviously learning a bit about everything in an event, and I do enjoy that, there was a case in which I was doing ticketing, like checking bracelets and such for the event that I was working at. It was a Comic-Con that I was asked to do that for. It wasn't the sort of task that I found challenging, so that's partly why I wasn't really enjoying it at all. There was never going to be a moment where there was going to be some sort of crisis that needed solving. So that was a role I didn't quite enjoy. But I think the important thing is to first try to figure out what you can learn from that, because that is always helpful, and also to bring it up with the person that is volunteer coordinator, because in some cases and in some situations they might have other options. They might be willing to move you around. In other cases, they might just be able to help in a slight other way. Maybe ensure that, say, if for example, one of the issues we had is that it was at some point quite busy and we couldn't really get an hour for lunch as we should have. They ensured that they got food delivered to us, to our desk. They asked us all what we wanted, and they said, no, we're sorting this out for you. Apologies for this. And they did bring a few people to assist, so that half of us could take that hour off, and then some of us could still work, and the other way around. But yeah, I think communication is the most important thing in that, because sometimes you might be able to get some assistance with that. For example, if you're not enjoying the role because somebody there is making you uncomfortable, then obviously that might be something being looked into. I have seen cases in which people were genuinely bullying a newer member of crew, and they had gotten away with it previously because people were saying, well, they've been crew for years and years at this Comic-Con, they're sorted. Even if you tell anybody about it, then nobody's going to do anything. But there have been cases in which people were genuinely bullied and nasty to each other, and it was reported. And obviously, the volunteer coordinator realized it's not that person's fault that they're not enjoying the role. It was because of other factors, and they were either able to move them to a different task or severely reprimanded the crew member that did that, because obviously at the end of the day, one of the most important things is to be nice and polite with each other, to be willing to work together. There will be disagreements, of course, personalities clash and such, but whether or not you like each other, you have to be willing to work together and be polite to each other. That's one of the most important things. And I see another question here. Do you recommend ear defenders at music events? I personally do use ear protection at most events that I've been to. That is mostly because I've promised myself that I want to do this until I'm very old and very grey and barely keeping myself standing. And keeping my hearing is a big deal for me. And I also think that a big factor in this is also because I'm slightly weird. I have audio-tactile synesthesia, so it's sometimes a good thing to kind of like muffle down a bit of those perhaps really loud noises, because otherwise maybe one of them might be like making me a bit like, like a weird shiver, and I don't want to look like I'm slightly crazy because of it. But back to the main bit, the important thing is to keep yourself safe, and ear protection is a big part of that. I would definitely recommend it, especially if you plan on working events and doing this as a career, basically. I think when I was younger and I was just going to the occasional gig every so often, especially while I was a student, I couldn't really afford to go to a lot of gigs. I thought I could get away with not wearing them, but I would have my ears ringing for a few good hours once I got home. So I would definitely recommend wearing them, regardless of whether you work in the field or just go to gigs every so often. Ooh, for information. Well, one of the most important things, right, when you want to figure out what you want to do, where you want to volunteer. Obviously, I think you should first off base it on your own tastes and such. If you are not into let's say motorbikes, and you volunteer at a motorbike convention, you're probably not going to enjoy yourself much and enjoy the idea of volunteering and working at these sort of events. So I think one good place to start is where your heart lies. So for the things you like, figure out what sort of events and functions happen for that, and then look up on their websites, find out if they do volunteering opportunities, if they look for people for those events. Another helpful thing to do is to genuinely Google volunteer at events sort of thing, and you might find a list of skill sets that people usually are looking for. You might find the sort of like deadlines and stuff. I know that there was a website that I actually don't remember right now, but there was definitely a website that was looking for volunteers for all the big festivals in the UK. I can definitely try to source that out, and that would be where people were applying, and they'd have their little shifts and everything there. I think also reaching out to various events that you would like working at is also a good thing. Like I mentioned before, I kind of developed a little bit of an elevator pitch, if you'd like, about what I've done in the past, what I'm looking into doing, and just wondering if they might have any volunteering opportunities. And that's actually been quite successful on a couple of occasions, a lot more than I expected it to be. But I think the most important thing is, right, if you don't ask, you don't get. So if you don't try to find out if that thing exists, then you might not know that it exists, especially if, for example, maybe perhaps a festival is slightly smaller and they're looking for volunteers amongst the people they already know or that they've worked with before in other ways. They might not have that very well advertised, but if you reach out, that's you showing interest, that's you going above and beyond, and that's always appreciated. Thank you very much for having me. I hope you all have a lovely, lovely afternoon and a great time both today and tomorrow with all the other sessions. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cool. Hello, everybody. Thank you for watching the session with me on teaching your instrument. My name is Mark Robinson, and I've been teaching since I was 15. I'm 35 now, so that makes it 20 years. Gosh, that makes me sound old. But during that time, I've taught all different types of students, from 4-year-olds coming in with their first guitar and their parents sitting in the room as well, to adults who had been playing before and wanted to get better at their technique, to teenagers who really wanted to learn shred guitar, and people who had retired who had a bit more time on their hands and wanted to play their favourite songs. I guess that pretty much covers the first 5 or 6 years of my teaching career, and then after that I set up a company called Rocksteady Music School. We started in the community centre in Alton, teaching evening lessons there to people of all sorts of different ages. We did drums and guitar and bass, singing, keyboard and band sessions, and that was a lot of fun, and that evolved into us teaching in schools as well. And we ended up specialising in teaching younger children, so age 5 to 11, primary schools. And we're now teaching in around 1,500 primary schools across the UK. And before February this year, when that which shall not be mentioned happened, we were teaching over 30,000 children every week. So I now have a company of 200 people, and around 150 of those are teachers, full-time teachers of drums, guitar, keyboard, singing and bass. And teaching has been a wonderful, wonderful part of my music career. It hasn't been the only thing that I've done, but it's probably been the most fulfilling thing that I've done. I have played original music too, but if we count what I'm calling my music career for now as things that have paid me enough to be able to pay the bills and eat food and things like that that are important, it's been divided between either teaching or playing at people's weddings and at corporate functions and things like that. And in the early part of my career, I probably made the majority of my income from playing gigs, and then around about when I was about 25, I decided to just go wholeheartedly into the teaching side of things, and to try and make Rocksteady work. So because I've done a lot of teaching myself, and because I employ a lot of teachers, I've seen a lot of what works and what doesn't in teaching, and I can normally very quickly tell whether somebody is suitable for teaching as a sustainable career path. And the most important thing to ask yourself is, why do you want to teach? Now, I would say if it has something to do with passion for your instrument, that's a good start. But if it's the first answer that came to your head, consider as well whether it's got anything to do with wanting to be around people all the time and sharing that knowledge with other people, whether that's children, adults. You can picture whichever age group you'd like to teach. But teaching really is all about the person you're teaching. It's maybe 20% the instrument or the subject you're teaching if you're teaching a different subject, and 80% the people. I remember a music teacher asking me when I was teaching music at a school as well, they asked, what do you teach? And I said, guitar. And they said, no, that's wrong, you teach children. And there's something that was quite profound about that, but also very true. You have to, certainly if you're going to teach children, you have to want to go through all the challenges involved in managing the energy of a child who's excited and possibly bouncing off the walls, or even a child who might want to do something else other than being in the lesson. If you're teaching an adult, you have to really want to understand why it is they want to be learning the instrument, what they want to get out of it, and really help them on their journey. So in both those cases, it's about the other person or the other group of people that you're working with, not so much about the instrument itself. So what we're going to do today, if you're still with me and you're thinking that's you're also very interested in other people and you like spending time with other people, and perhaps you like inspiring other people as well, or if you haven't don't feel you've inspired other people yet, perhaps you like the idea of inspiring people, that would be a good start. What we're going to go over today is just some simple questions about the who's, why's, what's, how's, when's and where's of teaching. And then we're going to do a bit at the end about making teaching your career, either part-time, part of your career, if you want your music career to be more of a portfolio career where you're doing lots of playing as well. And I would recommend that, unless you're totally passionate about teaching right out the gate and you've already made up your mind that's the thing you want to do. Most of us didn't start playing our instruments thinking, do you know what, if we tried really hard, one day we might be able to become a teacher. Most of us picked up our instruments because we wanted to play in bands or play solo or whatever it is, but we wanted to play gigs for other people. So make sure you include a healthy dose of that, because that really helps to keep the passion for what you're doing alive. So we'll talk about how to make teaching part of your career, or how to make it all of your career if you want to. If you've got any questions along the way, just drop them in the chat, and we'll answer them as we go, or save them up and answer them at the end, depending on how it fits into things. But any questions, do ask them in the chat. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the who of teaching. Now, the who is all about who you are teaching. Now, you can obviously notice quite a lot of different things about a person. One of the most obvious ones to start with, we've already talked about it, is how old they are. It's incredibly different teaching a 10-year-old from teaching a 15-year-old, and very different teaching a 15-year-old from teaching a 65-year-old. I would say that once children get below the age of 8, it becomes quite a specialist skill. And if you're anything like me, and most people I know, your first few attempts, if you haven't got any guidance, teaching very young children will be a bit of a car crash. But that's okay. They don't know what they're supposed to be learning either. So, it's an experience for everybody. But that's one of the first things to notice is how old are they, and think about what style of teaching you're going to have to do, or what style of learning would they benefit from. And then it gets more interesting than that. So if they're a little bit older, you can ask yourself and ask them what sort of music they're into, what bands do they like listening to, what artists do they like listening to. And that'll give you a really good idea of what to base your lessons around. If they're really young, then often they're not sure, but you can ask them about what songs they've heard on the radio recently, or what songs do their parents play at home. They'll have some ideas about those things. They just don't know whether they like it or not yet, usually. But then also, as you start to teach them, try and notice other things about them and about their individual psychology. What do they respond to? Do they respond to you challenging them, saying, I've got a challenge for you today? Some students will, some won't. Some will do completely the opposite and shut down and look confused at you, and some will respond really well if you try and push them and come up with challenges. Do they want to be there because they're focused on their instrument and they want to become the best at it, or they really want to learn this song or what have you? Or do they actually just quite like hanging out with you? Because that's probably at least half of the students I've ever taught are also there because they enjoy hanging out with a musician who knows what they're talking about, and they're learning from you as a role model, as a human, just as much as they're learning from you as somebody who's brilliant on drums or something like that. So try to notice those things. Do they want to talk a lot and lead the lesson? In which case you're going to teach differently to if they want you to tell them what to do. Do they need very precise instructions? Do they need to go over things lots of times before they'll try it? Or are they just going to jump in and try it straight away? All of these different things matter a lot. I could talk just about that. In fact, I nearly wrote a book about that once, and the template of it was 70 pages before I thought, I'm getting a little bit too specialist and in-depth here, and about 5 people are going to read it. But you can get a long way just by trying to notice things about your students and how they're going to respond. If you notice that I haven't talked about the instrument and how you're going to teach it yet, it's because, as we said at the beginning, it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is who you're teaching and developing a strong teaching relationship with that person. So after you've figured out who it is you're teaching, the next thing to figure out is why they want to learn. And again, this can be for all sorts of different reasons. When I did a bunch of research early on in the days of Rocksteady Music School, we found that 9 out of 10 children who wanted to learn took up an instrument because they wanted to impress their friends. As adults, we sometimes like to think that we couldn't possibly be so shallow. But for those of us who started playing instruments as a kid, that memory isn't perfect, is it? But it's probably something like that. And the other answer, the 1 in 10, was because they really liked the sounds that the bands were making, and they just wanted to be able to play those songs. They didn't care if anybody else ever heard them play it or not. But there could be, that's on a sort of very broad level. There could be a whole variety of nuanced reasons. I wouldn't, just come right out and go, so why do you want to play them? Why do you want to take up the instrument? Because that sounds like you're grilling them, and they might, be a bit defensive. But asking, what got you interested in guitar, or what got you interested in keyboard, or whichever instrument it is you're playing, or when did you know that you wanted to be a guitar player? When did you know that you wanted to be a singer? Those are really good questions, because they'll probably tell you a story about the first time they got inspired by a band or by an artist somewhere. I can remember mine as clear as day. It was seeing Axl Rose sing Bohemian Rhapsody burst in on the end of a performance. I think he was doing it with Elton John. I was probably about 5 years old or 6 years old at the time. watching TV in my parents' living room. I was like, I want to play in a band. And then I watched the rest of the concert and realised I wanted to be the guitar player. It was like, that's just what I want to do. So, you know, and then the early days of me learning to play were just me going through Guns N' Roses' back catalogue, learning everything that I could. And, you know, if you know that as a teacher, what it is that your students are really into, that's really valuable. What was the spark that made them want to learn in the first place? Because what you want to do, just call it a spark, then you could also call it a seed. You want to take that seed and water it and nurture it, because, you know, it can be for all sorts of different reasons. It could be because of a more famous band they've seen. It could be because their friends playing and they also want to be able to do what their friends doing. It could be because they want to be able to jam along with an older sibling or their mum or something like that. So, you know, find out what it is and use that sort of. That's where kind of all the potential energy is for their progression. So it's your job as a teacher to take that potential energy and help craft an experience out of it. To help them with their journey, because those are the things that are really going to help when things get a little bit difficult, as they always do when we're learning any skill and when we're progressing. Whatever all of us are doing in life at the moment, there's stuff that we're trying to get better at, and you know, there'll be bits that are hard, but if you kind of remember why we're doing it in the first place, it often gives us the motivation to get through. So it's your job to find that out for your student and help craft a journey for them that is very much centered in that why they wanted to do it in the first place. But I will say it again, don't just ask them why did you want to do this, because you'll get a defensive answer. Ask them when did they know that they wanted to play the guitar. And you will find in some cases, especially with children, it'll be because my dad told me to, or when my dad said he wanted me to learn this. And then you've got a slightly different challenge on your hands, but I'll maybe go into that at the end if there's any questions about that one. So once you've you've focused, and it's not like you do all these in a sequential step-by-step order, it's just focus mainly on who you're teaching, focus secondarily on why they want to learn, and then the third thing that you're going to focus on in your priority order is what they want to learn. In the first lesson, you're going to go through all of these within kind of 5 minutes to figure out. So if you've just figured out why they want to learn and they can point to a specific song, the answer to what they want to learn, what you're going to teach them, is probably that specific song. If they give you a range of different things, pick whatever's most suitable for the level they're at. I've always believed in teaching students through whatever it is they want to learn. To me, it's never really mattered. I've found ways of simplifying even really ridiculously hard stuff to make it simple, or teaching them small parts of it, or if they're younger children who couldn't tell you what you want to learn, they want to learn, give them a few options. Say, here's 2 different songs, which one do you like best? And then they'll be really happy with that because they've still had an element of choice. But I've always believed in student-led learning. So I've never walked around with a curriculum saying, here's all the things that you need to learn. I do have in the back of my mind a structure, if you like, of how you build one skill on another, and I always kind of have a map of where the student is and where the gaps are and things like that. So I'm kind of filling that in as I go, and then we can talk about this as the journey progresses. But certainly to start with, what you want to do is take that seed, water it right away, or try and take advantage of that spark, and try and get the fire going. And you do that by trying to connect what you teach them to why they wanted to learn in the first place as quickly as possible. So if it's Metallica, For Whom the Bell Tolls, that got them interested, see if you can figure out a version of doing that. quite simply and quickly. Just going through different instruments in my head, as I said, there's bits on the drums that you could absolutely do in the first lesson. Guitars, you'd have to be a little bit creative. Probably not going to get any keyboard players coming to you inspired by For Whom the Bell Tolls, but you get the idea. You want to capitalize on that. So once you've figured out what you're going to be teaching them, you've been thinking about that. The next bit is how you're going to teach them, and you've got two kind of different things that you want to be thinking about here. How you're going to teach them, you've got to think about the level that they're at. So if they're a brand new beginner and they've literally never held a guitar before, for example, you're going to have to teach them the basics of being able to fret a note and being able to pick a note, whether that's with fingers or a plectrum or however you're going to do it. And when you're teaching these techniques, you want to think about how to do it in a way that they can do it now, but it's not going to disadvantage them later on. So they haven't learned it in a way where they're not going to be able to advance at a certain point in their playing because they got stuck, because they're, for example, on guitar using all downstrokes, or all upstrokes would be far worse, wouldn't it? If you were just learning, because this does happen. I've seen people who've learned just from picking upstrokes on the guitar. And then other than a few very niche kind of surf style guitar things, it's not really going to be served by that. So when they're doing technique, think about that. You will know, if you're considering teaching, you will be at a certain level, I'm sure, where you can play a lot of stuff. Look at your technique and think, how can I get it as close to that as I can while still making it possible for them. If you were going to teach For Whom the Bell Tolls on guitar, to start with, you wouldn't teach the power chords. You would just be teaching single notes, and you'd be using that to teach them to fret single notes. Again, think about their fretting journey and how's that going to go on into the future. They might only be able to do it with one finger to start with, but you'll be thinking about how can I get multiple fingers used here and get that concept baked in reasonably early, so that I'm not going to disadvantage them, whilst still setting them appropriate challenges for where they're at right now. So I've got two daughters. One is 4 and one is 5 months old right now. So the one who's 5 months old, at that age, they're already understanding bits and pieces of language. Instead of saying to her name's Freya, instead of saying to her, I'm going to get your milk, Freya, that's too many words for her to understand. I point at her and say Freya and make contact. So I do that a lot. So she's getting the idea her name's Freya. And then I say milk and I do the sign for milk. Now, Freya milk is not a sentence that any of us would use ever as adults, but it's just enough information from the sentence that we would use as adults eventually to work for her right now. And it's the same when you're teaching. You might see a much higher fidelity version of whatever it is you're teaching. You want to figure out just enough information from it to make it sound like the song, and to make it playable for them, so it's an appropriate level of challenge at whatever stage they're at. And that's the method that Rocksteady's founded on, because we teach lots of younger children and have to teach different instruments at the same time and things like that. We take any song and take it down to its bare bones, its most important bits, and then you can build up and fill out more information as you go from there. So that's I've talked about quite a lot of different things there. perhaps I know this is being recorded, so watch it again and make notes or ask questions if you've got any questions about that. So those are the two things to consider, really. We've talked about both of them, the level that they're at and setting an appropriate challenge, coming up with an appropriate version of what they want to learn, the song they want to learn for them at that time. And then the technique, just try not to limit them with it. So the technique has to be not necessarily perfect, but always be thinking about the next steps and how you're going to take it towards something that's going to serve them for a long time. So cool, we've talked about the main things at quite a high conceptual level. I haven't sort of gone down into any detail because I know there'll be different people watching this who are drummers or guitar players or, all sorts of different kind of stages and interests in teaching. So it's been at quite a high conceptual level, but we've talked about making sure you understand who your student is primarily and why they want to learn, then figuring out what they want to learn, and then you figure out how you're going to teach them that. Okay, so that's the basics of what happens in a lesson. And the other thing to figure out, because it's actually not trivial, is when and where these lessons are going to take place. Obviously, online lessons, certainly this year, have taken off massively. It used to be all lessons took place over Skype. Now there's a whole range of different mediums over which lessons can take place. And you can do lessons in different ways. I mean, you don't even actually, and this could suit some people who maybe are a bit more about their instrument and a bit less about teaching another person. You could even be doing your lessons as a series of YouTube videos or something like that. I think you've still got to be thinking about your audience as people and how they're going to learn from what you're saying. But there's a whole range of different online platforms that you can be teaching on. And then that you can go to your students' houses to teach. I did that for a bit, but it turned out I was spending a lot of time traveling and sitting in traffic. I did that a little bit while I was at uni, and it only lasted a couple of months. You can have students coming over to your place if it's, not COVID times. You can go and teach at a music school. You can, or you could go and work in a school, and these are all incredibly different environments. One of the things that really inspired me to get going with Rocksteady in schools more was that I was a very, confident and competent guitar teacher, teaching out of my parents' front room as it was at the time. All my students were doing quite well. I taught for another music school for a bit, and I wasn't quite as competent in that environment because I didn't have the same setup around me. But I was still getting good results for the students, and they sent me to teach in a couple of primary schools, and it was totally different. It was really, really hard. So part of my whole mission with Rocksteady was about figuring out how to do that really, really well, and creating a different model for doing it. The kids all learn to play in bands rather than individual instruments, which works a lot better. But they're all very different environments. So have a think about what would suit you, and this is probably quite important if it's going to be part of your career, the when part as well. So I did a lot of years teaching evenings and then gigging weekends, which was great because I guess my social circle largely came from my band and the gigging at the weekends. But it is worth noting you'll have many friends who won't be gigging musicians, and all the time that they're not at work, you'll be either teaching or gigging. Which, I mean, it's not as bad as everybody makes out before you go and do it. I remember when I was at school, everybody, whenever I said I wanted to be a musician as a career. It's like, oh, you'll be working such antisocial hours. It was like, yeah, but that's what I want to do. So that's what I'm going to enjoy doing. So that doesn't even make any sense. So don't worry about that too much. But then if you're teaching in schools, you're teaching during the days and you've got evenings free for band practices and things like that. But so thinking about that side of things as well. But I would recommend, if teaching something you're interested in, the first thing to do is just try and find some people local to you who you can teach, or find people who are in a community, an online community that you're a part of, that want lessons. And the way to do that, especially if you're on the online community side of things, isn't just to start saying, I'm available for lessons, they cost this much, who wants to do it? Because that's not really how it works. You've got to try and deliver value to that community for quite a while first, until everybody in the community knows and likes you. And then at that point, you can offer your services as lessons. You never just go straight out and say it. And if it's finding somebody local to you, it's for me, my first student was my mum. One of my mum's friends, her child was like 6-7 years younger than me and wanted to learn guitar, so I started teaching him. Then my dad's friend from work had a child who was, again, I was like 16 and they were just a few years younger than me, but they wanted to learn to play, so I taught them, and I built up a roster of students that paid my way through college without having to work in a supermarket for many hours, which was nice. And then I went to university and did the same thing, built up a roster of students. So that was a little bit harder because that was like starting from scratch. But you just find some people who want to learn, try to teach them, see if you like it, see if they like it. If both of those things happen, then good. Start thinking about the next steps of how to build your roster of students, or whether you might like to get a job teaching in a school. If you want to teach in schools, there's a few different ways to do that. If it's a secondary school you want to teach in, secondary schools are quite nice from if you're passionate about your instrument, teaching it perspective, because the kids at that age are just a bit more able to pick things up more quickly, more dexterous, will be able to progress at a much faster pace, and will probably share a passion for music and have specific bands they're into and stuff like that. If you want to teach in a secondary school, it's often about getting a job directly with that secondary school. So letting all the secondary schools in your area know that you want to teach there, and that you're available is good, and you don't just do it once. You have to find ways of keeping in touch, and usually jobs only appear at secondary schools when the existing teacher moves on, and they often find the next teacher as well, so finding a way to know the teacher at those schools is a good idea, because then if you're in with them, then they can recommend you. So that's how I would think about secondary schools. Primary schools, you could either apply to the local kind of music hubs, they're called now. They used to be called councils, but now they're called music hubs, for jobs. They go there sometimes. There's different independent teaching services that go into those schools as well. Could always apply for a job at Rocksteady Music School. I can recommend that one, but I am biased. That's fun because you teach kids in a whole band situation. You get to teach all the different instruments and actually get really young kids to sound awesome in bands, which I obviously love doing because I've built this stage of my career around making that happen a lot. But so the primary school age group's a little bit different. You probably end up doing a mixture if you go into schools. If you're looking at teaching adults, Honestly, I don't know at the moment how you do that. If I was going to do that right now, when I last wanted to teach adults, it was like 15 years ago, and the world's changed a lot in 15 years. I imagine a lot of the people I'm talking to are 15 years old, potentially, or just a bit older. And back then, it was like you go around your local town and the music studios and stuff like that, and plaster them with posters and leave these little business cards everywhere. That might still work, I don't know. But the other thing that I do, I just find communities that were into the same sort of music that I'm into online, and into for me it would be like the more technical side of guitar playing. I'd join all those communities, try and add value to them, do lots of free YouTube videos and that sort of thing, and then let people know that I was available for lessons, and start picking up some students from there. That's probably the direction I'd go if I was more interested in teaching adults right now. So I think those are kind of the three main groups. There's teaching in schools, primary, secondary, that. Teaching at college as well, that's kind of very similar to teaching at a secondary school. You'd want to know who the existing guitar teacher at the college was. And because of just the way geography works, you'd end up teaching in a mixture. You probably wouldn't end up teaching only in colleges, or you'd be driving a long way to different places each day. So how to make teaching part of your career? Like I said at the beginning, I think you want to make sure that you've got time for doing live playing in some way, shape or form, whether that's gigging with your own originals band, whether that's playing in a covers band to make more money, however you're doing it. I think for most people you want to make sure you've got a good chunk of time for that. And so for many years I didn't teach past Friday mornings. I always had Friday afternoons off so I could get to gigs, and then I would teach privately on Saturday mornings sometimes, but always made sure I had time to get to gigs on Saturday evening as well. Because I played in, kind of professional function bands, that scene tends to be very anti-rehearsing. So I think we did like 4 days of rehearsal when we started the band, and then that was it for like a couple of years, and then you do another few days, and then you just kind of trust each other to be able to learn the songs, and then you play them on gigs and eventually and slowly get better at them, but you expected to be able to do them to a good enough standard straight away. So we didn't need too much time for rehearsing. But if you're in a band that needs a lot of time for writing and recording and rehearsing, that's cool. Just know when you're going to do it. Or if you're a solo artist and you need to do that, just schedule out the time in the week when you're going to do that, if it's on a Tuesday or a Friday or whenever it is, and then you've got your other days available for teaching. In terms of making it into a viable career, because I know this is often something that if you're haven't started your career yet, let's say you're at college or something like that, this is something that parents are always very interested in, is like how are you going to make money out of it. I mean, you can definitely make a decent living from doing lots of teaching. Just work out how much it is you want to earn in a month or a year, or how much you'd need to pay rent on wherever you're going to live, and how much you need for food and stuff like that. Work out how much you're charging an hour. If you're unsure what to charge for your time an hour, if you're doing it solo, then I'd have a look at whatever the Musicians Union is recommending as hourly rates, and then take it down a bit, because they always say it's more than the market is usually willing to pay. But take it down a bit from there, find out what other people are charging for lessons. If you're going to work for a music school, they'll have a set rate that they pay for that sort of thing. But just work out how much teaching you need to do. work out how many students you need, and then build towards that. If you've got income coming in from gigs and stuff like that as well, again, just work out how many gigs you need to be doing at what sort of price, and then figure out a way to get there. Cool. So that's all the things that I had to cover. So in summary, if you want to get into teaching, make sure you're doing it because you really want to spend time with people and helping them to learn music. That's got to be at least 80% of it. 20%, I'd be happy for that to be about the instrument itself, but 80% of it needs to be about wanting to spend time with people. And then figure out why they wanted to learn in the first place, and then craft a journey around that, around whatever their why is really important. Cool. So we've got a question. How would you deal with a student that you're not sure has the right abilities, and is it ever right to advise that it may not be their thing? I'd say no, it's not ever right to advise that, because it's the right abilities for what, really? You know, I've taught students before who have spent 5 years unable to play anything in time, and have been unaware, seemingly completely unaware of what playing in time is. Who one day clicked, and then it just worked out for them from then on. And the reason I think they kept going and it one day clicked was they just were that passionate about playing guitar. You know, and if I'd made a judgment really early on that they, you know, didn't have the right abilities to play guitar, then they wouldn't have got all the joy from it. And you know, learning music, a bit like lots of other things, can be about so many things. It's not necessarily about being good at it. It's about the feeling that it gives us. I'm not the best guitar player in the world, but I get a lot from playing guitar. And my other hobby, people find it strange that this is a hobby, but it is running in the mountains. I go and do like really long distance mountain races, go to Wales and Scotland and places like that. Now, in the last one that I did, I'm always in the back half of finishers, right? And the last one that I did, I think I came like 100th out of 120 people or something, right? So I'm not very good at it compared to some of the other people who do it, but I love it. And I get so much from it, and I'd be devastated if somebody said, you don't have the right abilities to do this, so you can't do it. So no, I think it's always a good idea to just encourage anybody who's passionate about playing the instrument, and help them get to the next step, whatever that might be, and however long that takes. Cool. So Motion Blur Production says, I'm 16 and I want to teach guitar. How do I avoid coming across as unprofessional and prove that I am serious, considering my age? Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that was a concern that I definitely had when I was a young guitar teacher as well. And, you know, I think a lot of people, strangely enough, when I say the word professional, I think of somebody in a suit and a tie. And anybody who's ever come for an interview for Rocksteady in a suit or a tie has typically struggled, actually, to get the job. Not because they're wearing a suit or a tie, but because they have sort of an idea that it's about, you know, being false or being in some way very formal or something like that. I think what most people want from a teacher is somebody who has the ability to understand them. Somebody who has the ability to connect with them on the things that they're interested in. Somebody who's passionate is really important, and somebody who will share that passion and enthuse the students. So I think those are all the most important things, and you can certainly do those at 16 just as well as you can any other age. So yeah, I wouldn't let anything hold you back. The other thing that I remember when I first got a job at a music school, right, I was 17, and I thought I took in like 4 different guitars to my first lesson there, because I thought I might get somebody who's into jazz, so I need to take a guitar that can do that, and if I get an acoustic player, I need an acoustic, and I'll take the Strat in case anybody's into blues. And I was thinking around the same things. I was really, and I made sure I had a shave, which is something that you can see I don't bother with anymore, before I went there, and I had my file and made sure I put on a shirt and all of those things. And my students on the first day, I actually only had one student, and he was maybe 14, so a couple of years younger than me. He'd been learning for a couple of years, and was trying to still figure out how to play power chords. His last guitar teacher hadn't managed to help him too much with that, and he was playing Rainbows Since You've Been Gone, because that's what his last teacher was working on with him. And he didn't know what a pick was, and that was the only student I had that night. So we can worry a lot about all this stuff and try and be over prepared, but at some point I think just try and do it, try and be super friendly, try and make a connection with the students that you've got. Cool. Yeah, as Catherine at Lounge Bar is saying, we've got 5 minutes left. Thank you very much to Mark. You're very welcome. Please tell people where they can find Rocksteady information and where they can find more resources to further their research. Rocksteady information is rocksteadymusicschool.com. Yeah, we're a national company who teach in primary schools all around the UK and teach the kids to play in bands. Further resources into teaching. I wrote a book about it. That's called Learn to Play the Rocksteady Way. You can find that on Amazon. And I wrote that book primarily for people who are interested in teaching at Rocksteady, who might not have known that yet, to find out a bit more about our teaching ethos and why we do the things the way that we do it. But there's absolutely tons of books on teaching out there. I think a lot of them are more traditional, which is more based on there is a right way to play the instrument, and it's more about the instrument than the students. I haven't seen too much that's focused on the students. I've kind of learned a lot about that by just doing it for tens of thousands of hours now. But I'm sure you can find things if you go out and look, but do try and get some experience as well, because that's always the most valuable teacher. Cool. Unless there's any more questions, I think we're probably good. Is that right? I'm waiting for some sort of indication.
Am I live? Alright, cool. Hi guys. My name's Ben, and I'm a sound engineer, audio designer. I mix films and music and bands live and in the studio. So today I'm going to be talking a bit about mixing. I'm aiming this towards people who've done a little bit of mixing before or know a little bit about it, towards kind of intermediate sort of people, kind of aiming at that I'm in a band and I've tracked some stuff in my bedroom and I want to put it in YouTube or Instagram, or I want to send it to promoters and I just want to make it sound a little bit better. So I've been thinking about how the best way is to kind of deliver all of this. I think the best thing to do is take you through a mix. Nothing complicated, just incorporating some basic mixing skills, and then showing you how I've applied all of those to kind of have the main end product. So I'm going to share my screen now, and hopefully you will be able to see my Logic file. Is that working? And you can hear my Logic file, yeah? Cool. Okay, so mixing is a bit of an art form. I know that sounds a bit pretentious, but it is. So this is a bit of a disclaimer. There's absolutely no hard and fast rules with what you're doing. So just because I do something doesn't mean it's going to necessarily work in your mix. And I know that's a bit of a pain in the ass to hear, and it bummed me out when I first heard it, but that is how it is. And everybody mixes to taste, and it totally depends on what genre you're mixing in and all of that. So first I'm going to start off with a vocal line, because I assume that's what most people are recording in their bedrooms. Then we're going to move to a drum mix. So the stems I'm using is from a song called Doomed by Bring Me the Horizon. It's beautifully recorded, beautifully edited, which is really nice. So I'm just going to play you the unmixed version of this.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge, 'cause my head is in overdrive. I'm sorry, but it's too late, and it's not worth saving. So come rain on my parade. I think we're doomed. I think we're doomed, and now there's no way back.
Cool. So that's the unmixed version of those chorus vocals. So that's what you would get from the recording studio normally, or what you would get as just like flat out audio stems. All I've done there is balance the volumes and then bounce them down to a single track. Cool. Now I'll show you the end product after I've mixed it.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge, 'cause my head is in overdrive. I'm sorry, but it's too late, and it's not worth saving. So come rain on my parade. I think we're doomed. I think we're doomed, and now there's no way back.
Cool. So that's my mixed version of that. I mixed this in context with the track, so sounds a bit weird hearing it out of context with the track, but that's what a mixed vocal file will sound like. This is a really, really cool piece because it's got so much going on in it. So there were two singers, there's Ollie and Jordan, and they both have really, really similar voices, like really in the same kind of frequency ranges, and it's, like I said, been fantastically recorded. So up at the top here, I've got the three main lines.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
And then below this in tracking, they've recorded loads and loads and loads of backing vocals and harmonies, loads of falsetto parts, low parts.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
Which is really, really nice. And that's definitely a tracking tip when you're recording at home, you know, if you're doing a demo or something. It's very, very rare that if you're in a professional studio, you'll do one take on one line of a vocal, and that will be all the engineer uses. So it's really nice to kind of really stack your vocals. And because of that, they're very, very slightly out of time, which is what you'd expect from a natural performance. And it gives this nice little phasey effect, which is quite interesting. It's really, really subtle, but it's definitely there. And I picked this especially because it has so many vocal tracks and in a similar frequency ranges, which means you can apply your processing on the mix bus instead of just inserting them on every channel, which is a much more efficient way to work, and it makes your general track sound much more cohesive rather than adding EQ and compression and all of this kind of thing over every single track. That can end up muddying it. It can all sound a bit squashed. So just by processing on the bus is the best way to do that. So basically all I've done is I've got all these tracks, created a summing stack, which is a bus basically, which is then being sent out to my stereo out, which you can see here, bus 6 output to my stereo out. Cool. So the first kind of main technique you're going to use in mixing across the board is EQ. For those of you that don't really know what EQ is, or have kind of heard of it but not really sure what it does, EQ is a spectrum of frequencies that's created by your sound source. So every piece of audio is made up by a bunch of frequencies, basically. It sounds a bit unprofessional, but that's kind of what it is. And what EQ does, it either boosts or cuts frequencies. So up here, I've got a little spectrum analyzer, just your stock one in Logic. And when I play it through, you'll be able to see the frequencies come up.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
Cool. So you can see the spectrometer catching all of those frequencies there and then showing it visually. So EQ, in terms of mixing, I'm using it in a corrective sense, to correct things that are wrong. Maybe you've got some low end in the piece that doesn't need to be there. Sometimes, say your vocals and your guitars are sitting on top of each other, they're sharing too much of the same frequency range, so you've got to do some carving to try and get rid of, trying to get some separation in there. So you've got additive and you've got subtractive EQ. Additive would make sense, you're boosting your EQ. Subtractive, you're taking away from your EQ. You're taking away frequencies. And I tend to stick to subtractive EQ, just because normally, especially in quite a dense mix like this, normal rock mixes, there's a lot going on, especially in this, when you've got the whole project open. There's something like 95 files of huge guitars and synths and all of that kind of thing. So subtractive EQ is definitely the way to go. Luckily, this has been beautifully recorded, so the acoustics in the room are incredible, so you haven't got to do too much correcting here. But I'll just walk you through what I've done on these vocals. So I've low cut up to around 100 hertz, 95 hertz for the vocals. Anything below this, it's just kind of going to be rumble in the microphone from the room, all of that kind of thing. And you just don't need it in the mix at all. I've also made a small move here. I'm cutting 5 dB. That's around 350 hertz. This is really, really subtle. This is because there's quite a lot of breathiness in these vocals. Normally this kind of frequency range is where all the beef of the music is, so all the beef of the voices, and you don't want to do too much extreme cutting there. But this is quite a harsh vocal. He's kind of on the edge of screaming. He's really, really pushing it, and there's quite a lot of, that breathiness from his lungs there. So I've just made a little trim there. And then I've made a small cut, another 5 dB cut around 1K. That's probably a little bit wide, but there was just a little bit of harshness there. So yeah, that's the cuts I've made. So I'll play it without the EQ, and then with the EQ, so without.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
And then with the EQ.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
So as you can hear, it's definitely subtle moves. And for me, that's the key to mixing. It's a collection of subtle changes that make your tracks sound good. You do anything too extreme, which is unneeded, and it tends to stick out a bit like a sore thumb, and it can be really difficult to balance with the rest of the piece. At least in studio work, that's kind of the approach I found. And then another just little EQ move I made on this bus. So this is a dynamic EQ by Waves, I believe. And this is very similar to the last one. So this EQ cuts those frequencies all the time. This I've set to take a little cut around 8 dB when the volume surpasses a certain level, so at your threshold. And I've made this cut. There's a little bit of kind of like harshness in the mic, you know, in that vocal line, which is expected because, you know, he's kind of giving it everything. And they've chosen quite a bright kind of poppy mic. It's a really kind of bright piece. So I've just made a little trim there. So I'll just show you without and with.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
With.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
So again, it's subtle, and I don't want that cut to be there all the time because I really like how crisp and clear this top end is. It's just when he really, really goes for it, it gets quite harsh and quite ice picky in the mic. So yeah, I've set threshold kind of just at that border. So a question I had when I first started mixing, I'd see everybody's kind of EQ moves and all their parameters, and I think, okay, well, that's cool, but I'm not sure how I got there. And when you've just started mixing, that's a really valid question to have because it's, you know, if your ears aren't used to listening out for problem frequencies and all that kind of thing, it can definitely be an issue. So, finding wrong frequencies. I'm just going to turn off the rest of my plugins here. Actually, no, I'm going to go on the unmixed. Just.
So
cool, here we go. So I'm just going to put an EQ on here. Cool. So, a really good way to kind of like start off is to identify whereabouts in your frequency range is the problem. Is it in your lows? Is it in your low mids, your mids, high mids? Is it in your highs, or is it kind of like in your air frequencies up here? That's a good place to start. You know, are you hearing too much rumble? Is something too kind of in your face? Is something feeling a little bit muddy? Is it a bit boxy? So yeah, just use your ears at first to identify the general area of the problems. And then once you've found that general area, then create a curve, and I tend to use additive EQ for this just because it really picks up on the problem areas. Bring it up about 10 dB max. Any more than this and everything is going to start sounding rubbish. Narrow the Q, so the Q is the width of frequencies. So you can see that this is now really narrow. That's a really wide Q. And what you're going to do, you're just going to bring it across your frequency spectrum and just listen out for the noise that sounds wrong. So the part of this that sounds, you know, bad to the ear. So I'll just do a really quick example here.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge. 'cause my head is in overdrive. I'm sorry, but it's too late, and it's not worth saving. So come rain on my parade.
So, like I said when I was going through my actual EQ, I'm hearing some kind of like breathiness down in this kind of lower mid section, which I don't really want, because that's, it kind of darkens up the vocals and it's going to get in the way of the guitars and the bass, all of this nice kind of like juicy low end down here. So I found that here, and I'm just going to pull it down. I'm going to make a small cut. So, when you listen to it,
So come rain on my parade.
you can hear that it's just a little bit, again, small moves, but it has made it mostly better. And when you make small moves across the board, it will be a real change. Again, comment section's open, so if you want to ask me anything, if you want me to go slower, speed up, just give me a shout. Cool. Then the next thing I'm going to be talking about is compression, which is kind of like the second most common thing to use in a mix after EQ. So what a compressor does, a compressor is a dynamic processor. And what it does, it turns down your signal, turns down your audio by a certain chosen amount after a certain point of loudness. And it can be used in basically every situation. Well, mostly. So in this case, I'm just using it really, really subtly, just to trim some of the top dynamics off this. So here you can see my dial, and I think I'm taking around 2 dB off.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me up.
Yeah, so I'm not even taking that much off. I really like the dynamics in these vocals. They're really, they're really thought about how they're tracking it. They've really thought about the performance. So I didn't want to take away too much from that and make it sound all squishy. I just wanted to, just to make it sound a little more cohesive and just take off those top dynamics. So inside a compressor, you're going to have, some very, very common parameters inside here. So first of all is your threshold. Your threshold level is the volume at which your signal is going to be turned down by your chosen amount. So if you've got a low threshold, your compressor is going to kick in much sooner than if you have a high threshold. So I've got a threshold of around -8 dB, so it's fairly low. And then your ratio, that is how much you're turning your signal down once it's surpassed that threshold level. So I'm only taking a tiny little bit off. I'm a 1.5 ratio, which really isn't that much. And then when you have a totally flat ratio, that's when it becomes a limiter. So it just blocks it off completely. Your attack setting is how fast your compressor is going to act on your signal. And your release is the opposite. Your release is how fast it's going to return to your unaffected level. And depending on your attack and your release, you can really, really change the tone of your signal. So I've gone for a fairly fast attack because it's quite an aggressive vocal performance. I just wanted to clamp down on some of those harsher transients, but not so fast that it's really kind of, it's not really pushing the compressor, and again, you lose all that dynamic. So, you're still getting the nice, open dynamic of the performance, but it's just taming that transient slightly. And then the release, I have quite a slow release. Can't really remember what my thinking was there, but it seemed to work when I did it. So I'll play it with and without the compressors. So without.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge. Cause my head is in overdrive.
And then with the compressor.
So come rain on my parade, cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
So as you can see from this dial, it's being turned down a little bit, a fairly healthy amount, but it's not doing anything. It's not like a really, really slammed pop vocal, you know, where it sits totally flat in the mix and there's no dynamic. It's I'm still keeping the dynamics, and because I am using parallel compression as well, that does make up for some push, which I'll get onto in a little bit. What am I doing here? Right, actually, let's talk about parallel compression now. So parallel compression is a technique used by sound engineers, mainly in the studio setting. You can use it live, but the issue is using it live. If you've got a cheaper desk, you can get latency, and if the desk can't handle it, it starts sounding really mushy, and there's a delay between what's coming off stage and what's coming out of the PA. So it's something I tend to keep for the studio setting. And all it is that you're creating a mix bus. So here I'm on mix bus 7. Sorry, let me find this. So on my main 3 vocals, I've made a mix bus of mix bus 7, and I'm sending a healthy amount of signal to this aux channel here. So what mix bus compression does is that you're sending the signal. Oh, sorry, I'm explaining this very well. You're sending the signal out of your main kind of line of processing. You're splitting it off, and then you're slamming it really, really hard with a compressor, which is then being sent to the main output, same as your last signal. And then you're blending it in to taste. And this is really, really good if you want to have a kind of like smoother vocal line, where you want to retain the dynamics, which is what I'm doing here, or if you've got quite a dense mix, again, what I'm doing here, and you just want those vocals to sit on top kind of consistently throughout the mix. So here you can see I've set the threshold fairly high. The ratio is on 3:1. So yeah, you can see the settings there. And I'll just play a few.
So come rain on my parade, cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the...
As you can see, I'm knocking it off by about 10 dB, which is a really, really extreme amount of compression, and I wouldn't normally do this on my main bus, but as it's something you can blend in on a separate fader down here, it works really, really well. Here I'm using the virtual mix rack stuff by Slate, and I'm using a bunch of other plugins, but you can use whatever you want. You can use what's stock in GarageBand or Logic or whatever you're using. So I'll just play it with and without. So without.
So come rain on my parade.
With.
So come rain on my parade.
There you can hear it just adds a lot more push and a lot more stability under those vocals, which I really, really like, because sometimes vocals can sound a little bit weak depending on the performance or the way they're tracked or the way they're edited. So yeah, that's what I like to use there. So I'm just going to read the questions quickly. Cool. So just been asked, are all these so no. Okay, so I've just been asked if these moves are specific to any particular genre of music. No, they're not. You can use these kind of across the board. Like I said at the start, it's definitely these techniques are something you choose to use out of taste, and if you think they're needed. Like I said, there's no right or wrong, but I've tried to find techniques that are fairly, universal across the board. So it doesn't matter if you're doing an indie band, or if you're, doing a Ben Howard folky acoustic thing, or if you're mixing metalcore or a rock track like this. They're all fairly standard moves. So yeah, parallel compression is definitely a good move to make. And it's also really good for using with drums, a kick, or reinforcing a snare. Definitely really good, depending again on what sort of music you want to use it for. Really good for metal. When your kick really wants to be in your chest and the snare's got to be really cracking, and they're much further to the front of the mix than, say, it would be in an indie track. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. And then obviously blend into taste. Cool, what am I using after this? Okay, so the last thing in my main processing chain is just a bit of a saturator, again by Slate Digital. And all this is doing is thickening up, is putting more frequencies into kind of the low mids. I know that sounds a little bit counterintuitive because earlier I made a cut to the low mids, but I thought it needed a little kick in the right direction. And there's a little bit of what they call shimmer, which is just a little bit of presence, just to make those vocals bite through the mix. So again, I'll just play it with and without.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
With.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
Again, a really subtle move, but in the context of a mix, it's these subtle moves that make all the difference. Cool. So the next thing I'm going to be talking about is applying effects to a vocal chain, or actually not just a vocal chain, to any sort of chain, but a vocal part is normally where most of your effects processing comes in. Cool, so for this example, I'm using a reverb and a delay, which are both, your kind of bog standard vocal effects. And again, I'm running these on a bus, which I find gives me a huge amount more control in terms of blending in and automation and just kind of being a bit more hands-on with it compared to if I just put it in the front of a vocal chain where everything's being affected by that. This way I can have some clean signal going through, which really, really bites. Then I can have this really heavily affected signal sitting underneath, and I can blend into taste. Same sort of ideas as I had with the parallel compression, but instead of being a compressed signal, now having an affected signal. Cool, so I'll start off with the vocals. So I've got bus 8 and bus 9 set up here, which I'm sending to this auxiliary track. And I'm using H-verb and H-delay by Waves, which I really, really love. I'll give you the parameters in a moment. I'll play you with and without these effects. I think it's the best way to hear these moves. So without.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
It sounds good, but it's a little dry. There's no space around it. It sounds like someone's singing to a microphone. It doesn't sound, like you're in a concert hall. There's no experience behind that. That's how I like to think of it. And then with.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it.
So you can hear the tail there. So I'll start off with the reverb. So like I did for the compression, unlike I did for the compression, all of the vocal tracks are being sent to this reverb, not just the main ones, not just the main upfront vocals. I'm sending it pre-fader to here, where I'm using an H-verb. And again, reverb is one of those things that's got to be adjusted to taste. Not all reverbs are going to work in all contexts. I really, really like reverbs with a long tail, really kind of lush sounding reverbs. But obviously that's always appropriate, but I think it works quite well in this instance as it's quite a, it's a bit of an anthem sort of song. It just kind of ties everything together quite nicely. So inside my reverb, a few things. I've got pre-delay, build-up size, trail, dry wet mix, and output. So I'll go through these quickly. The pre-delay is probably one of the most important parts when you're mixing reverb for vocals, and all that means is how much time fact is the reverb going to come in. And I know that sounds a bit odd, but it's really, really important, because if your reverb comes in right on that initial transient, you're going to muddy it up slightly, especially if you're blending it high in the mix. So what I tend to do, you can see it on this graph actually, you can see where the initial transient comes in, that's this white waveform here, and I started the reverb to come in just after that. So you've got enough time for that initial transient to come through before you start affecting it with the signal. Then you've got build up and size, which are just kind of other parameters here. You're not going to find those on every reverb, but size of the reverb, and then how dense that reverb is, basically. Your trail, which is how long your reverb tail is going to go on for. Then your dry wet, which is the percentage of the signal you want affected. Because I've got this on a separate bus, I've put it all the way up to wet, so I can mix in a really lush signal. And then output, so the volume of your output. Let's see if I can do this. So I'll just play the end so you can see the trails off.
I think we're through, and now there's no back.
So you can hear the trail I've got there. It's a pretty long trail. It's about half a, but I've mixed it in pretty low. So the lower you mix it in, I find the longer trail you can get away with. If you mix it too high, everything sounds like you're just shouting in a cave, and you lose all of that vocal presence and everything that you kind of worked so hard for in the EQ. And so it's really, really important to blend it in sensibly, basically. Normally, if I can't find the reverb I really, really like, I can't get it to sound exactly how I want it, I'll put an EQ after my reverb. So, but in this instance I haven't. The reverb's worked really nicely, but it's something I really commonly do. So say your reverb is really, really nice, but it's just got a bit too much brightness in it. It sounds a little bit fizzy in the mix, and you just want to take out some of that kind of top end clarity, and maybe a little bit too rumbly as well. You want to focus that range, if that's what you're going for. Then I would make a move here in line on the reverb bus. So say I'd just bring the high shelf down a little bit, and then bring the low shelf down a little bit. So again, nothing too drastic, but I'll be focusing reverb frequencies in the middle here, and it's important to note that what you're doing on this bus doesn't affect the EQ moves that you've made on your main vocal bus. So I'll just play, with and without. Oh, there we go.
So parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge, 'cause my head is in overdrive. I'm sorry, but it's too late, and it's not worth saving. So come rain up.
You can really hear there, just by, I've done an extreme case here to kind of make an example, but by cutting around these reverb frequencies after the reverb, it's much easier to focus in the mix where you want it. So that's quite a useful move. Okay, cool. Couple questions. I will answer the questions. First of all, Ash Cook, nice to see you, Ash. Black Friday deals. Anything I recommend? So Waves always has many deals on, so I wouldn't be too worried. But their stuff's really, really good. But I hugely recommend the Slate Digital Virtual Mix Rack stuff. It is by far the best stuff on the market. It's a £10 a month or something like that. It's ridiculously good. And then Isotope actually have some really, really good deals on. I got the Imager, which I'll demonstrate really quickly. It's actually on one of these tracks. Where have I put it? I put it on this ambient kind of pad vocal track right at the bottom. And what it does, yeah, this one. So it just brings everything out through your stereo space, which I'll go on to explain a little bit more of in a minute. So you can see that before it was all quite centralized in the middle. Not necessarily sounding mono. It's a stereo file, but this just brings everything out to the sides and it just creates a better stereo image. Then Will, hey Ben, what made you send pre-fader on these vocals, and when would you choose to send post-fader? Good question. Pre-fader and post-fader. Cool. For people who don't know what pre-fader and post-fader means, so basically this is your fader, that's your volume level, and you can choose to send signal out from your vocals, not just vocal channel, out of your audio channel to your bus in a number of different places. So I'm choosing to send it pre-fader, which means that the vocal, the signal is leaving that channel before it gets to the fader. And the reason I did this is because it doesn't matter if I change the level of my main vocal, the effect is going to drop and rise by the same amount. So if I show you, it's probably easier to show you rather than explain it. So here I am.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge, 'cause my head is in overdrive.
So as you can see there, it doesn't matter what I do with that main volume for my vocals. The ratio of signal that is going out to my sends with the effects on, with the compression on, is going to move with the volume. I explained that terribly, I hope that makes sense. So yeah, it's a nice way, so you set a balance you want between the clean and the wet signal, and then it doesn't matter what you do with your main fader, that balance is going to stay the same, is a better way to explain it. If you're sending it post-fader, you are going to lose that balance. If you're sending post-fader, it doesn't matter how much you change that main master fader, the amount of signal being sent to your buses are going to be the same, so you lose that balance. I'm trying to think of an example when I would use it post-fader. Maybe if I was doing something like a big delay throw, on a breakdown or a scream or something like that, or I was doing, kind of a soundscapey ambient bit for a film or something like that, I would send it post-fader, where you really want, it's really hard to explain, where you really kind of want less control of it, you want it to be a little more random. That's how I tend to think about it. People think about it in different ways, but that's kind of how I tend to do it. I know it sounds a bit ambiguous and a bit odd, but that's kind of my approach to sending pre and post fader. I recommend when you start, you send pre-fader. Otherwise, you're going to be wondering for a while, why do your mixes sound really, really weird when you turn the volume of everything down, or you make small tweaks and then you have to go back for hours rerouting everything, which is just never fun. So yeah, I hope that answers your question a bit, Will. So yeah, I just talked about the reverb. I chose to play reverb just because I found they're really nice on vocals. And then I'll move on to the delay. So exactly the same concept as the bus sends for the reverb and the compression. Here I'm using H delay by Waves. I love it. I made the mistake of not mapping the tempo of this vocal to the project. So it took me ages to find a good delay time. And delay is one of these things that I hear a lot of engineers using way too much on vocals and in their mixes, and it can really, really muddy up your mix and kind of defeat the whole point of separating anything, separating anything in a stereo spread or separating it by EQ, just because you tend to find that delays add frequencies, they're quite dense, often they're stereo anyway, so they do make life a little more, trying to find the word, sorry. It makes everything sound a little more dense and muddy if you mix them too high in the mix or you use it inappropriately. Because a lot of the time guitars will track with delay or put delay on after the fact and then be printed in. So if you've got a bunch of different delays going on, then it can be too much. But in this context, I thought it was appropriate, again, because same reason I'm using the long tail delay. Sorry, the long tail reverb. It's a bit of an anthem sort of piece, and I thought it sounded really good. So I'll just play the end part where you'll be able to hear the delay in practice.
And now there's no way back.
I'll just turn it up really, really high just so you really get the point of what the delay is doing.
There's no way back.
Cool. So like I was saying about the reverb, I'm sending it pre-fader to this bus and then blending it in as I like it. I'm keeping it pretty low in the mix for reasons I mentioned before. I don't want it to muddy up anything. I really like the initial transients in this piece, the attack they have in it, and if your delay's too high in the piece, it can take it away. So I'm just going to play it from the beginning, just with and without. But the delay with that.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
And then with.
So come rain on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. Come shove me over the edge.
So you can hear the tails there. So it's mixed pretty low, but I quite liked it because it just gives a little bit of like an ambient push to the piece. And if you know this song is full with pads and string sections, and in the context, it was working really, really well. I've got it labeled as Vox delay, but I was sending all the pads to this and the string section and some of the guitars to it, but with a much smaller signal, just to make everything sound a little bit more uniform, but again, I didn't want it to sound muddy. Cool, so that's kind of the mix rundown of the vocals for Doomed. I hope that kind of helps you guys a little bit. I think the main messages for mixing vocals is small cuts. You don't want to do anything too drastic in your EQ, otherwise it's going to really, really affect the balance of the rest of your piece. Again, with compression on your main front end, be quite sparing with it. You don't want to slam anything too hard unless you're doing a really overproduced pop piece. If you've got dynamics in the track, be very wary that you're not taking away from the artist's intending. So yeah, be sparing with that. And then in terms of effects and routing processing, your parallel compression is a fantastic way to push your vocals on top of a mix, especially if you've got quite a dense mix going on. You want it to really, really punch, but you don't want to flatten all those dynamics on the front end. You can blend in really, really nicely to get a kind of nicer push, especially if you're using a warmer compressor like this. It really kind of tightens up everything in your low to high mid-range without kind of making anything too boomy or, again, having that over-presence, ice-picky kind of bit. So I recommend you use a warm compressor for that. Again, do some research on the internet or just flick through your compressors and see what you like. And then reverb and delay. Again, adjust to taste. Try and get it in time. Try and get the reverb in time to the piece. Sorry, try and get the delay in time to the piece. And make sure that you're not mixing it too high, because I know it's a lot of fun to slap loads and loads of effects on it, but you'll find that as soon as you unmute everything and you're mixing in context, that you're going to have this world of noise that you can't really change unless you're going right back to basics. So it's much easier just to be kind of sensible and preserved with it from the start. Cool. So that's Doomed, which I really, really like. So I was just going to move on and talk about mixing drums, because the way I mix drums live and mix drums in the studio is very, very similar. The way you mix vocals live and mix vocals in the studio can be quite different, because obviously you've got a lot of changing factors when you're live. You've got singers who may not be experienced, cupping microphones and all of this kind of stuff, so you're having a really, really different frequency response through a dynamic microphone into your desk than you would be with a singer in a fantastically acoustically treated room, with a really, really nice condenser mic, getting all that top-end detail. On stage, they're going to be running around, they're going to be jumping over monitors, all of this kind of thing. So you've got to watch, your feedback, you're gaining all of this kind of thing. And often live, I tend to mix the vocals brighter, because when you listen to music, you're normally on speakers or you're in your headphones. You've got a much better response and you're in a closed atmosphere. When you're live, you're competing with room acoustics, you're competing with everybody talking in the room, you're competing with on-stage noise versus what's coming out of your PA. So I tend to mix them quite a lot brighter live, just to cut through mud, especially if it's a heavy band or a denser band with a lot of gain and all this kind of thing. But my approach to drums is fairly similar across the board. And my number one tip for drums is panning. Makes all the difference. Really, really brings it alive, and I'll go through that in a moment. And mixing cymbals. So many kind of new engineers, or guys in college, all of this kind of thing, mix their cymbals so high in the mix, and it's definitely because they're trying to aim for what they think a kit should sound like in a room. And a kit sounds fantastic in a room, but just because it sounds great in a room doesn't mean it's going to sound great in a mix. So obviously, cymbals are kind of like the brightest part of the kit, maybe with the exception of a snare, depending on what sort of snare and cymbals you're using. And that really, really travels and cuts through a mix. And if you're mixing them way too high, it can take up all the presence, all the nice high mids where the vocals should be sitting, where maybe your string sections or whatever. So always mix your cymbals back slightly. Actually, I'm not going to say always, because obviously there's exceptions. If the majority, if you're a jazz drummer and your whole performance is an intricate hi-hat pattern, obviously don't mix that back then. But if you're talking about a large rock anthem or something like that, do try and keep your cymbals mixed back and your room mics. So that's my little rant about people mixing cymbals too high over. And then tip number 3 for mixing drums is identify what's important in your mix. So kind of going off my last point. Are you prioritizing your snare? Are you prioritizing the kick? Is it the relationship between the kick and the snare? Have you got loads and loads of ghost notes going in the drummer? Is it an intricate piece? Is it, a big bangy blues piece? Is it, what are you trying to achieve? Never mix a drum kit. No one ever mixes a drum kit same twice, just because very, very different applications to what you want to do. So let's have a quick drink. Cool. So these are the drum samples from Prayer Position by Periphery, tracked by, I think his name's Matt Halpin, never remember his name. It's recorded by Nolly. and it's fantastically recorded, fantastically played, amazingly edited. So it's really, really nice to mix, and I'll just play you the unprocessed version. I haven't done any processing on this, I was going to do it with you. Cool. So that's the performance. Like I said, it's the verse line from Preposition, which is a metalcore track. So first of all, when I'm approaching this, I'm going to think, okay, so what do I want to prioritize in this mix? Obviously, I've got a lot going on in the kick. I've got a double kick there, and he's recorded 3 different tracks. And the snare, they've really, really thought about their snare choice. It's a really cracking, like in terms of tonally cracky snare. Then I think, okay, what's going on in the rest of it? There's a lot of cymbals going on. There's a lot of splashes, lots of ride, lots of crash. Not necessarily that much detail going on in there. So do I really want that to be the center point of my mix? So I'm just going to listen to the cymbals. So as you can tell there, as you can see there, there's not any intricacy going on there. When he was writing this, when he was playing it, he wasn't thinking, I want people to be directed towards, what my right hand's doing on the crash or anything like that. So I'll keep that in mind when I'm mixing, thinking about when, what do you want to prioritize. So, just out the gate, I'm just going to make some volume adjustments. Everything's going to be changed as you go along. But, just so I know what I'm prioritizing, so I'm going to have the kick and the snare fairly high. What have I got going on my toms here? So I've got a couple fills going on in there, but nothing too massive. As you can hear, there's a huge amount of spillover coming from these rack toms of cymbals. So I'm going to try and mix those down if I can. Maybe do a little bit of cutting, a bit of editing to really get those toms ringing when I want them, but not have that cymbal spillover too high. So I've mixed those back a bit. And then what have I got going on in the room? So this is going to be more cymbals and kind of like the roundness of the snare. Cool. So some really, really nice room capture. I know that sounds disgusting on its own, and it's definitely a mistake I made when I first started mixing drums, is that I'd hear these room captures and I think, God, they sound horrible, I'm not going to include those in my mix. Take them out, and then your mix really loses clarity and kind of like an overall feeling. It's quite hard to describe because it really does kind of bulk out everything. It does get the bulk of the toms in there. It gets a really nice crack from the snare. So don't write out your room mics. But again, I'm going to mix those a little lower just because I'm focusing on my kick and my snare here. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. Just kind of off the bat, I'm really happy with the volume relation between the kick and the snare there. They're quite equalish, which is something I tend to go for in a metal track because, kick is so important. But the snare's riding slightly higher and it's going to come through because it's got higher frequency in there. So first I'm going to start off by EQing my kick. I'm going to be EQing on the kick bus rather than doing kick 1 and So kick 1, 2, 3. So kick 1, 2, and sub. But I'll play these two separately anyway. So kick 1, kick 2, and kick 3. Nice. Okay, so kick 1 is really, really toppy. That's obviously a microphone that Norley's decided to put far inside the kick or hang over the beater. So I know it sounds odd, but I'm going to prioritize this one because in metal music you really, really like that percussive edge to your kick. Then kick 2, that's going to be your outer kick shell microphone, so that's going to be capturing all kind of like the roundness of the kick and the tone of the wood. Then kick sub. So I'm not sure what they've done there. I don't know if that's a separate microphone or if he's taken the tracking from kick 2 and done some EQ moves on it and then bounced it in. But anyway, so the kick 2 and sub kick are going to work together, and then kick 1 is kind of do its own separate thing to kind of have that percussive top end. So if I mute the kick, I'm going to make some EQ moves. I'll make some moves, and then I'll talk you through what I've done. Cool. So that's just kind of like some quick initial EQ moves I would have made on this kick, and I'll talk you through them really, really quickly. So I've put a low cut filter here, just bringing it up to what have I put? 36 dB, 40 dB. Anything below 40, 45 dB isn't worth hearing. It's kind of just rumble, which you're going to get from live drum recordings. It's inevitable. You know, it's pushing so much air out through this kick. Mic stands are going to rattle. You know, it's going to vibrate on the floor. So it's always nice, you know, just to make that initial move. Okay, then here I've done a slight bump up at around 70, 77. I do this quite a lot, especially on metal and hard rock sounding tracks. So this frequency band is that frequency that really kind of hits you in the chest. It's quite hard to experience if you're just listening over headphones, but if you're in a live environment and they've ever hit the kick and you can kind of feel it in your chest, that's this 75 to 85 band here. I've then made a cut here, just a small cut, around 400 to 1K. It was sounding quite honky. I'll demonstrate that by just pushing it higher. So again, subtle, but it's just one of those things, you know, that in the context of a mix, it's going to open up more space here for a lead guitar. It's going to, you know, maybe some strings, vocals, something like that. Then this 3K, I've pushed up slightly. So this is kind of that presency tack region of the kick. And I am well aware that the kick is super bright, especially in this kick one anyway. But I really, really like that. And it sounds a bit too bright on its own in the moment, but I think in the context of the mix, it's going to sound really good, and it's going to punch it through. And then I've just made a small shelf cut up here just to take out some of the spillover. Anything above 10K is kind of just air frequencies. Everything that sounds a little bit wishy-washy, so I've just made a small cut there. Just had a question from Luca. How do I get my hands on these stems, on these tunes? Cool. So there is a company called Nail the Mix, and you subscribe to them, and you get a bunch of stems, basically. At the start of the month, you then mix them, you send them in if you want to, and there's always a competition, and the best one wins a bunch of audio equipment. And then at the end of the month, with the engineer that mixed them, so this is the prayer position, so they got Nolly in, and he did a whole mixed rundown of how he mixed it, which I'm yet to watch, but that's definitely on my list. Cool, so that's kind of the EQ moves I made on this kick. So mixing a drum kit is a huge thing, so I'm only going to focus between the kick and the snare for you, otherwise, we're going to be here all night. So now I'm going to do some snare. And I'm going to leave the kick in because it's always good to mix in context. So I've got, just mute it quickly just so I can show you the different tracks. So I've got snare top. That's really percussive. A whole bunch of attack. He's hitting that really, really hard, which is really, really nice. And then snare bottom. So that's kind of like the rattle of the snare. That's your bottom end. It kind of gives it the sizzle. Is always the word I've used to describe that. Again, same philosophy as I had with the room mics. It doesn't sound good on its own. If this was your only snare sound, you'd be really disappointed. But in context, it really kind of like brings out a lot of the clarity in the snare, especially for ghost notes and all that kind of thing. Cool. So let's have a listen to the snare. Cool, so that's kind of all I would really touch on this snare because it's been recorded so well. The room sounds great. I'm not really fixing too many problems tonally, which is really, really nice. Sometimes if you've got a bad drum recording, you're digging around for ages finding problem frequencies. So all I've done here, that's probably a bit too high, I've made a low cut here just to get rid of some of that rumble like I talked about before, and just a little bit of kind of like extra low end that was coming off the snare, which soloed would make it sound a little bit fatter, but in the context of the mix, I wanted to cut a little bit more. And then I've made a slight cut around 200. As you can see, there was kind of like a resonance coming out of there. And I just wanted to tame that. I didn't want to take it out totally, so I've just made a small cut by 5 dB or whatever. Well, you can see it here. So if I raise it up, you can really see that. And yeah, well, I like kind of tight sounding fat drums. I don't like resonances really, especially in a live setting. So I tried to find that harmonic point and then give it a little cut if I can. And then I've just made a high cut filter here, just again to take out some of those air frequencies. There's nothing going on here. Something I did there, which is a good tip for EQing, is when you're high cutting or low cutting, roll it off a little bit too far and then bring it back. So you can hear that I rolled it off to about 5.5K. You can hear I lost all that high dynamic range. sorry, not high dynamic range, that high clarity, that high frequency range. So I rolled it back a little bit to the edge of that. So I was taking out, the maximum amount of unwanted frequencies without affecting the actual tone of the drum. Cool. So that's the EQ moves I would have made there. And then obviously, when you're on rooms, you're going to get a much bulkier idea of the snare tone. So just quickly. So even without making EQ moves on this room mic yet, I'm already really pleased with that snare tone. I think it's bringing out the best of what they were trying to find in that snare. And then it just takes out, just the little unwanted bits that you're always going to get during tracking. Unless you're programming drums, you're always going to have those issues. Cool. So, a little bit of compression. So let's work on the kick first. Cool, so that's just a really quick adjustment of what I would have put in my kick bus. So I'm taking it out by a 3:1 ratio, which is kind of a moderate ratio. I believe I'm knocking off 1 to 2 dB on this kick, which isn't too bad, which is kind of what you want to do, especially with a player like this in the genre. So you want this to sit well dynamically, you want it all to be fairly consistent, but you can hear from the way he's playing, he's still really hard about where he's accenting these kicks, and the dynamic he's putting into it. You can hear he's obviously thought about where he wants these different kicks to come in and where he wants it to tie up with the bass and the dynamic of that. So I didn't want to take away too much dynamic from him because he's thought about it and it's obviously something he wants in the piece, but I also want it to be nice and stable, especially as it's going to be kind of like fairly up front in the piece. Sorry. And then attack, I've chosen a pretty fast attack, just because I did want it to clamp down on those transients pretty quickly. I didn't want there to be too much kind of boominess or anything like that, but I've left enough space that that initial transient can get through. You can get that attack in there, you can get that kind of feeling in your chest, especially if you're mixing it live. But then again, everything gets flattened down after that, so I think that's a nice kind of compromise. A nice little compromise you can have there. And the release, I've set the release fairly fast. When I'm mixing metal, well, I say metal, core, death metal, anything with double kick, not so much like hardcore and all that kind of stuff. A little rule of thumb is that I like the compressor to return to 0 before the next big hit. Obviously, if he's doing like blast beats, you're never going to get that. But that's kind of just like a little aim. So you can see there that it's getting back to 0 mostly by the end of a kick phrase, which I quite like. So all this is doing is kind of like balancing out those dynamics in his kick without trying to take away too much from his playing style. So now I'm going to do fairly similar stuff in the kick. So when you're compressing, sorry, I'm going to do the very same thing on the snare. Important thing to look out for when you're EQing a snare is, again, what's the drummer going for? Is this intricate ghost note patterns? Is it just one big hit on the 3? What's his kind of plan here? So let's have a listen. Yeah, so it's mostly kind of like your big thwack on the 3, but you have still definitely got a few ghost notes in there. But again, they are still pretty hard hitting, so I'm not going to worry too much about losing those in the mix. But I still do want to keep some separation between those ghost notes and the main hits. So I'm going to choose the same compressor again. I really, really like it for drums. It's quite bright. Not sure what else to tell you, and it's got a built-in limiter thing if you want to use that. Cool. Cool. So I'm pretty happy with that, just as a quick listen through there. So again, it's around the same sort of ratio. I wanted to keep some consistency with the kick, and they're recording in the same place, so there wouldn't be much need for much difference there. And he's pretty consistent with the way he attacks that snare, so I don't have to push it really, really hard to really get it sounding consistent, which is really nice. I'm knocking off around 1 to 2 dB on every hit. Again, just to kind of smooth out those transients, just so it sits a little bit better in kind of the general mix. Attack, I've gone for a fairly quick attack here, just because it's a really kind of like bright, cracky sounding snare, which is really, really nice, but it can sound a little bit too bright and a little bit too in your face. So I did want to clamp down on that initial transient just a little bit more, just that stick attack. But because I've got a fairly low ratio and threshold, it's not going to do anything extreme, but it does just kind of tighten it all up a little bit more. And then a fairly slow release just on the return. So it's still catching those kind of ghost notes sort of things, but it's not doing too much in terms of separating, in terms of bringing them up to the same level. Cool. Have a little listen. So I'll have a little listen between the relationship between the kick and the snare now. So I was reading the comments. Just check whether you can't see the plugins on screen when you open them. Bud. Can't see the plugins on screen. That's really weird. I hope up to this point I've explained them fairly well enough. Okay, so from now on I'll use stock Logic plugins. Okay, can someone tell me in the comments section quickly if I open like a stock delay or something? Can you guys see that on my screen? Catherine, can you Okay, so the thing the thing I've got on. Can you see what I've got on screen? It's got a few music notes, and I'm just twiddling the dial on it. Can you see that? No. Oh, that's weird. Thanks for letting me know, Luca, bud. That's really weird. I don't know why it's don't know why it's done that. It shouldn't do. It's all part of the same screen sharing thing. Anyway, okay. Well, I'll just have to describe in ridiculous amounts of detail then what's going on. Cool. So that's kind of the relationship I'm happy with between the kick and the snare, which are the focal points of this drum mix. I don't know if you guys know the track or not, but it's a pretty hefty. I'm going to use the dreaded word genty metalcore kind of track, and these drums really sit on top of it, and it really ties in with kind of like Misha's chugging and all this kind of thing, and it just works great with that kick and the snare interlocking really well. So now I'm just going to set up some bus ends because I spoke about them earlier, and I'm just going to show you how I set them up. So I'm going to do a snare reverb send now because, you know, why not? So I'm on the snare channel. Hopefully you guys can see this. I'm going to go to sends, bus, new bus, so bus 10. Pop that down here. Rename it drum verb. And I'm just going to play it. Here I'm going to dial in what I think is an appropriate amount of signal to be sending to that. Nothing too drastic. I'm shooting for minus 18 dB as a general. It gives me enough wiggle room to turn it up and turn it down without any sort of clipping problems or anything like this. Okay, I'm going to open a reverb plugin. I'm going to pretend that you guys can see it. I'm using Wave. Actually, no, I'm not. Actually, yes, I am. Never mind. I'm going to use Waves H mono. So, hopefully you can hear that reverb even if you can't see it. Quite a drastic reverb at the moment. It's mixed at 0 dB, so it's going to be pretty high in the mix. But it's nice to mix your reverbs high when you're working out what you're going to do with them. So, let's have a listen. So I'm happy with that reverb tone. I think you still get a lot of that, of the true snare tone in that. It's not a muddy reverb. It's quite an honest reverb, if that makes any sense. Obviously, it's mixed too high at the moment, but it is just a little bit too bright. It goes into mixing live, then having a really nice recorded studio recording. Read some bits. Thank you for the point, Luca. Cool. So that's kind of where I was planning up on. Oh no, sorry. Obviously, keep asking me questions if you want to know anything at all. It doesn't have to be on mixing drums or vocals. It can be on mixing anything or tracking, or my approach to mixing live, working with bands, all of this kind of thing. It doesn't have to be exactly what I'm doing here. Ask away. Ask what my favorite color is. I might. But another thing I haven't spoken about, which I said I'll speak about, is stereo spreading and audio real estate. And I think this is something that is so obvious, but people overlook hugely. People spend the whole time in the EQ section trying to, uncover frequencies from each other because, the guitar's taking up a little bit too much of the vocal presence, But a lot of your problems in terms of separation can be solved using some really, really simple panning moves. So let's take drum kit for an example. That's what we've got up here. When I mix drums, and when a lot of people mix drums, they use the audience's kind of reference to the drum kit as a good starting point. So obviously kick and snare in the middle because they'll be on top of each other. The toms from high to low going right to left. Then cymbals panned overhead. I can just do that quickly for you, really, really quickly. So I'm going to keep kicking in the middle, snare in the middle, toms, tom one. Oh, we've slightly done it here. So I'm going to have a pretty hefty pan on that. Go on. I bring my low tom down there, low tom even lower. Cymbals. Hi-hats would be panned to the right. So I'm used to sitting behind a kit, so it's a bit odd. Splash would be to your left. Splash, splash, splash. So I've done some panning here, but nothing too ridiculous. And then this is already tracked in stereo. So if I put the whole thing together, hopefully, you know, it conveys over YouTube. But we'll see. Instantly tell that there's so much more space in that mix now that you've now that I've just spread it out slightly. And the same with Doom. So when I'm mixing vocals, I tend to keep them pretty central because they are generally the focal point of the piece. So here I've mixed the main ones, the main vocals in red, straight down the middle. And then these kind of important doubles, but nothing too much going on. I've just pushed slightly to the side, nothing too drastic.
So come rain on my parade.
You know, nothing too drastic. I didn't push them too wide. A lot of people push everything as far out as it goes. But I like to tend to think about it. You can have your vocals or snare or kicking the bass down the middle. Just outside of that, you have your backing vocals, because you know it's still a focal point, which is why they're pushed just very, very slightly to the side. Outside of that, I like to have my synths a little bit further, my guitar to my pads and my strings. So kind of the bulky orchestral stuff, the stuff with a lot of frequency information, which you really want to keep. You don't want to be cutting away at it, otherwise you're going to lose, you know, like the point of it. But again, you can't have it straight down the middle because it's not the focal point and it's going to get in the way of your vocals. So I tend to pan that out pretty far. Then stuff like piano and acoustic guitar, where I'd normally use the stereo pair to record them, so I have a right and a left microphone. They're then on kind of the out edges of your instrumentation. And then the further stuff I'd have would be my overhead left and overhead right over the drum kit. And then any additional room mics, I would mix in low, quite harshly pan. That's preference to me, but it makes sense because I don't like cutting away too much in the EQ. I want to leave stuff, you know, as tonally as tonally pure as possible, because you know people spend ages finding the right tones and producers have done all this, and then there's me just, you know, digging around in frequencies, fucking it all off them, which isn't what I want to do. So really a pan does solve a lot of problems in maintaining tone and maintaining kind of like the freedom of the piece without having to take away from the frequencies and all that kind of thing. So yeah, that's kind of how I'd approach those things. So EQ, compression, mix buses, parallel compression, reverb, delay. Wondering if there's any more questions. elaborate on software programs that people like to use. This is Logic. Okay, cool. So I'll just talk about different software you can use. So this is Logic. I chose Logic today because it's what most people who are kind of starting out and mixing, starting out and mixing in production, all that kind of thing, are used to, because it's really, really clear and it's really good for songwriting and all of that kind of thing, and it comes with a bunch of plugins. So that's why I chose Logic today. I typically use Pro Tools, just because it's the industry standard and I'm used to it now. So sorry if my navigation around this has been a little bit slow. It's been a while. But there's a bunch of stuff available. Obviously, I mentioned Pro Tools, Logic, Reaper. Oh man, I've gone blank. Anyway, there's loads and loads of doors out there. And then you can external plugins, which unfortunately, for some reason, you guys don't see on mine. But there's a bunch of companies that do great things. People who don't know what plugins are, they're external pieces of software that mimic studio equipment. So compressors, reverbs, every sort of dynamic thing possible, every sort of modulation, pitch effect, reverb, auto-tune, all of that kind of thing can be bought separately on the side. But if you're starting off, I recommend it just because as soon as you open a project, they've done most of the routing for you. They've put everything through to your mix bus. You've clearly got a stereo out. You can see where all your inserts go. You can see all your EQs across the top. Whereas stuff like Pro Tools, where you can get more in depth and really kind of do complex routing and mixing easier, it's quite difficult and quite daunting to set up if you've never come across a DAW before. Has anybody got any other questions? Oh, and also you can use plugins live. You've just got to run it off a certain piece of software and have good enough desk, but it is absolutely possible to use it live. I got asked that question the other day. See what's else on my list. Annoying you can't see my plugins, otherwise I'll take you through some more interesting stuff. I could talk a little bit just in the last way and explain where people may contact you for further information. Cool. So if you guys want to get in touch with me, if you've got any questions or you want me to do some mix or blast sound or teaching or whatever you want, I'm on Instagram, on Facebook. Yeah, so Ben Jones, Ben Green Jones, just let me up, give me a message or a message thing, and I'll see it there and all of that kind of stuff. That's where to get in contact with me. What's your opinion on online mastering websites? Okay, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Don't touch them. Sorry for anybody who's spent money sending off their stuff to them. They run algorithms to kind of like determine what might best suit your mix, and they don't go through it like an actual mastering engineer would. They don't take the time to break down the tracks. Also, you've got to be really, really careful when you're using these online things that you're delivering it in the correct format, that it's the right loudness, all of this kind of thing. You've got to have your mix basically like absolutely nailed before you send it off to them. Otherwise, like a normal engineer, a mastering engineer, if you send it off to them too loud, they'll get in contact with you. They say, oh, I need these stems, or oh, there's too much compression on the output bus. Can you take off some compression, or all of this kind of stuff. With these kind of things, they won't. They'll just kind of bang on any old, I call it like filter mixing, and all of that kind of thing. So no, I wouldn't use it. but it is a much better solution if you're on a budget than doing it yourself if you've never mastered before, if that makes any sense before at all. Will Rygate, do you ever find yourself using parallel compression on a drum mix? Hello, Will. I absolutely do. I should have probably covered that. I use it on the snare a lot, especially if what's the best way to explain this? If I'm using sample replacement on the snare, so the snare's not strong enough, or the player isn't super experienced, and each hit is slightly different, and I just want to kind of tighten it up, I may use sample replacement, but alongside with sample replacement, I'd use parallel compression just to have it kind of like really, really pushed and consistent. But I would mix the parallel compression quite high on that one because I quite like quite a high compressed snare. But again, it's totally taste. I wouldn't parallel compress like a jazz drum kit. Something, like a grind sort of thing or electronic drum kit or something like that, like absolutely would. But really depends what you're doing. The best way to, find stuff out is just to experiment. Like I said, there's no hard and fast rules for what works and what doesn't work. It's really to taste and can you make it work in the context of your mix. And if you're in your studio and you're thinking, oh god, I don't know where to start, just try some stuff out. You might really like it. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work in the mix, and then you can just take it off. No harm done by experimenting. Lex LeVay, will you be doing any more of these? Doing a killer job, mate. Thank you, Lex. Potentially. I don't know. We'll see how. We'll see how all this goes. See how much longer we're in lockdown. If I were to do another one, what would you guys like me to cover? Because obviously I've covered kind of the real basics of mixing drums and vocals here. Would you guys like a full mix rundown of something I've already mixed? Or would you like me to go through something from scratch, or talk about live sounds more next time? Or what would people like? Let me know, or give me a message later. How are you doing on time, Catherine? Yeah, last call for questions, and then I'll be off. And again, the website's called Nail the Mix if you're looking for stems to practice with. That's where I got all these from. Absolutely. Cool, guys. I hope that this has been helpful. If you've never come into mixing before, you've got a little bit more understanding of, what basic stuff does, like EQ and compression. Or if, you've done a lot of mixing and you just want to see how somebody else approaches it. I hope you've found it interesting. If you want any work done or any questions or anything like that, just ping me a message at any time. We've got all the time in the world. Yeah, so thank you very much.